Good morning. Welcome to the November 20th Commissioners' Open Session. And as we always prefer, we'll start with a Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Commissioner Guerin, do you mind starting again? And we'll go this way, and he wants to be last.
Okay, yeah, no, thanks, Commissioner. And I'll make it real easy this morning because I don't actually have anything for Priority Carol. So there's my Priority Carol, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Gordon.
That was quite speedy. I appreciate that. So good morning, Carroll County. Last Friday, I had the pleasure of attending the Friends of Carroll County Public Library's annual meeting and Friendsgiving afternoon at Exploration Commons. Myself and Commissioner Kyler were in attendance of that. Wonderful event, as always, to get together with the community, interact, talk to the trustees, and also those in our community. Just reminds us how blessed we are to have a library system that we do that brings people together and continues to be a cornerstone of learning and innovation in Carroll County. I want to thank Park Books on Main and Sykesville. They provided books for purchase and signing for the guest speaker, and also a special shout out to Soul Man Sweets for his outstanding desserts that rounded out the afternoon. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor of serving kids and also mentors at the Boys and Girls Club of Carroll County and Westminster's Thanksgiving event. Served 226 kids and 30 McDaniel mentors. It was just absolutely wonderful to get together and spend time, and a lot of good conversation. Got to watch the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special on repeat for several hours while we were there serving. And special thanks to Joe Hanson's, who provided turkey and gravy, and then also to the staff that were busy cooking at home, doing a lot of the other foods for that event. Just absolutely exceptional. Also wanted to mention December 3rd at 5 p.m. here at the Carroll County Office Building, we'll be having the holiday lighting ceremony. Anyone that wants to come out and attend, that's always a good turnout and a great event to come out to. And then also wanted to mention coming up very soon on November 28th through the 30th will be the Festival of Trees event here in Westminster, which benefits Shepherd staff. As you can tell, I'm on a holiday kick today, to say the least. And then last but certainly not least, wanted to mention the Storytellers Christmas event that'll be coming up December 19th at 7 p.m. and then Saturday the 20th at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. here in Westminster at Carroll Arts. Tickets to that will support a variety of various nonprofits in the community, and if you go online to purchase your tickets, you can pick from the various nonprofits that you can support. And I'm just going to leave it with that, but I will say one thing. I hope we all have a great holiday next Thursday, and I think as any of us in Carroll County, we have a lot to be thankful for. We have a lot that we're still all working together on, but I want to wish everybody an advanced happy Thanksgiving. That's all for me.
Thank you. Carroll Community College had a marketing class here, met with staff, and worked on some education. And I stopped down and said hi to them, and that was fun, a fun group, and I think they had a good day. And then EMS pinning is tonight at Winters Mill High School, and you already mentioned the Friends of Carroll County Public Library. That was an awesome event, and what I did to piggyback that, North Carroll branch had their reopening after a bunch of remodeling, and I wore my friend's shirt that we got that day to that event, so
Very nice.
I got double duty out of it. And great event, and the library looks wonderful. Tonytown breakfast, Commissioner Vigliotti paid my $10, so I got to go. And got to meet Congressman Johnny O and his staff, talked to them a bunch, talked to a bunch bunch of Tonytown people. It's always fun to go to that breakfast, and they tried a couple different places, but they're back at the bowling alley, which seems to be a good place for it.
That and the bacon.
Yeah,
the
that's right. They have bacon, and I'm sure Frankie got bacon afterwards.
Oh, he did. He did.
On a somber note, Saturday, actually, we went to a memorial service, celebration of life for a 46-year-old retired policeman from Philadelphia, and has a 7-year-old daughter and a wife and a father, and it was heartbreaking. At Grace Lutheran Church, it was a great event, but heartbreaking. Carroll Hospital had their legislative briefing, and that was great. Did a nice tour of the emergency room that's being phased in. We had our joint meeting with Planning and Zoning, and that was a great meeting. Veterans Advisory, and I apologize to them in an email. We couldn't make it there because we were in another meeting. And then last night I had the Carroll County Board of Trustees meeting, and that's always good, and it's always a lot of learning there about the college. They're working on a lot of things, introduce new staff, introduce promoted staff. It was a good evening, and while I was there, I missed 90% of it, but our delegation had their annual legislative hearing here in this building, and good discussion, good questions. I checked, and it was still ongoing, so I rushed back the speed limit, but I drove back, and I sat down, and the last public comment person spoke, and they adjourned. So I wasn't much part of the meeting, but I'm glad I got there at least. And then Commissioner Krebs, because Commissioner Vigliotti wants to be last.
Okay. I'm not sure what y'all talked about, sorry, it's a few minutes late. I won't repeat that we went to Tonytown breakfast, but I did drive the farthest to get there. And the breakfast was at 7:30 in the morning, which means I had to leave at 6:30 in the morning. So
The bacon was worth it. The bacon was worth it, wasn't it?
it was a very good meeting, and talking to Congressman Olszewski, he got to see Tonytown, and the big issue was the post office, and I think he was very receptive to that, so I did it for you, Joe.
I appreciate that, Sue.
Once a
Thank
year is enough for 7:30 in Tonytown breakfast. And I used to do it before,
you. Oh, I know.
for many, many years.
I remember.
So that was a very nice opportunity. And then we had the legislative briefing, they said at Carroll Hospital. And one thing they were talking about is how things are changing in Maryland just regarding how hospitals are paid in the state of Maryland. We have a unique system. Won't get into that, but there's a lot of turmoil right now in the healthcare system, especially in Maryland, just because of some of these changes that are being made. It's going to cause us to be more efficient and think a little differently, and that's sometimes a good thing. The other issue that's coming up, we're having a public hearing on December the 16th at the South Carroll Senior Center on the deferrals. It's going to start at 6 p.m. We originally said 7, but want to make sure that we get everybody in and out since it gets dark early. And we're going to talk about 4 issues. One is clustering, how we've defined it, mixed use, which they call planned community centers, retirement villages, and storage facilities. And I have spent the last couple of weeks meeting with anyone that wants to meet with me, and met with many. I thank them on both sides. Sit down, look at what's going on and what are some solutions, and I appreciate that. So anyone that has interest in any of those issues, it will be at the public hearing on December the 16th on a Tuesday at 6 p.m. at the South Carroll Senior Center. So that's it.
All right, so I have 2 things today. One of them is going to be very, very quick because my friends up here have already talked about the Tawnytown Business Breakfast and Congressman Olszewski. But the other thing I'll mention with that is that we were also able to express to him our gratitude for all of the assistance and cooperation that he and his office have rendered to us in our fighting of the power lines. So second of all, as everybody knows, from time to time I like to highlight the efforts and activities of citizens who do amazing things in the community. And so today we're lucky to be joined by one of them. I want to invite Ashley Stahl, her mom Kathy, and her dad, my friend and predecessor, Steve Lance, up to the front here, if you all would join us. We have a certificate and a challenge coin for Ashley, who late last month received an incredible award and well-earned recognition from the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. So I will go ahead and read this certificate and then turn things over to the three of you, and then we'll do a photograph. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Thank you, all three of us, for joining us. And so former Commissioner Lancet had reached out to Commissioner Gordon and myself, and as soon as he explained what the occasion was, we both jumped at it. So we're very grateful for that. So I have a certificate of recognition here awarded to Ashley Stahl. It is with great honor and deep respect that we recognize you as the distinguished recipient of the David M. Sargent Lethality Assessment Program Award from the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. Ashley has shown unwavering dedication to supporting survivors of domestic violence throughout her career. She exemplifies compassion, expertise, and a steadfast commitment to her work. Currently, she serves with distinction at the Lethality Program Coordinator and Victim Advocate at Springboard Community Services. Ashley's leadership and passion will clearly leave a lasting impact on Carroll County and all of Maryland's coordinated response to domestic violence. Therefore, we award you this certificate signed all 5 Board of County Commissioner members. And I'll turn it over to the three of you.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate this. It was a great honor. I've been with Springboard for almost 7 years now, and multiple roles there, but this has definitely been the most influential in myself. I get to work with victims every day and see different challenges and strengths that they have. It's a really awesome opportunity, so thank you so much for this.
Thank you so very much for what you do. Parents?
So obviously, we're proud of Ashley, and I do appreciate the opportunity for her to be recognized. When I used to sit in one of those seats, I often said that there are so many things that go on behind the scenes in Carroll that actually save you all a ton of money. And Springboard is one of those valuable pieces of really important. It's just important of what goes on behind the scenes here. And I'm astounded at the numbers when you talk about domestic violence in little Carroll County. It really makes you shake your head. So all of these folks with Springboard, and I want to make sure they get a chance to say a couple words
Oh, yes,
here.
absolutely.
They do an amazing work behind the scenes, and I think it's important to recognize all of them, especially when they get an award of this magnitude. So appreciate you guys, and Commissioner Krebs, good to see you. But I appreciate you all doing this for this group. So thank you very much for recognizing.
Does anybody from SPREAP, anybody want to add anything?
gonna
Please do.
I'm going to let the experts up here, so.
Kathy, did you want to say anything?
No, thank you for supporting this really, really wonderful cause, and we are proud of Ashley. She works very hard.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nicole Jackman. I'm the Senior Director at Springboard. I'm going to sit here.
Yeah, please do.
I was glad to by myself.
As you are aware, Springboard Community Services is the comprehensive provider of domestic violence. I'm blessed to be a lead of the team that's dedicated and invested in individuals who serve our community every day. Whether it's through our 24/7 hotline, our domestic violence safe house, our offender services, counseling and advocacy, my team shows up daily and serves those who are most in need at the hardest moments in their lives. This past fall, I had the pleasure of nominating Ashley for this award, which goes to someone whose dedication, innovation, and leadership have truly strengthened Maryland's coordinated community response to intimate partner violence. Ashley embodies everything this award was created to celebrate. Through her commitment to excellence in service provision and direct care, she has helped ensure survivors are met with compassion, clarity, and critical safety resources they need. She has played a central role in developing and advancing initiatives that elevate the quality of our lethality assessment program. In most counties, most people do not know this, the lethality assessment program focuses solely on partnerships with law enforcement and hospitals. At Springboard, we view every business and agency as touch points for possible victims of intimate partner violence. Ashley has played a major role in developing our county's lethality program to include over 19 agencies, resulting in more victims being screened and heard while assuring their safety. Not only has this developed strong partnerships. She was the lead in making sure Carroll County was one of the only counties in Maryland to implement a MNADV, Maryland's Network Against Domestic Violence, a recommended database called Forseti, that all LAT partners are utilizing at 100%. This was about a 1.5 year long project that Ashley took the reins to. Her work reflects both skill and heart, strengthening systems, building trust, and empowering communities to respond more effectively and more safely. Her contributions have made a lasting impact on those she serves and on the professionals who rely on her expertise. Thank you for acknowledging her and obviously my wonderful team behind me. We can't do the work without the support of the community, so we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Any comments?
I'll just be really brief, but one, congratulations, but then also thank you for your work, but then also thank you for the work of the organization, because it is truly important that we do this type of work in the community. I know it's not always something that's easy to talk about, or it may not always be on the front page, but truly appreciate all the work you're all doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all collectively and individually you do. That's awesome. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And you got a good group here.
Yes.
Take off your name tags so they're not in a photo, but get as many of you up front as possible. If we fit, we'll come down. If
All
not,
right.
don't, we'll stay here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Got a bunch.
Steve, come on, you guys come on up too.
Yeah, we need
Yeah.
family too.
Yeah, we ran out.
Yeah, I think so.
Susan, I think we're gonna stay up here.
See,
I never knew that, so that's why.
I step up, you know?
Is Justin getting in the picture?
No, I'm just gonna take it for him. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
wait, don't go away yet.
Oh,
Wait,
hold on. Now we got the big camera.
All right.
I gotta take a couple, sorry. Okay.
They gotta show me up.
Got the fancy camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Thank you. Commissioner Garen's going to honor a retirement.
We do. I have a certificate of recognition for that. Paul, if you're willing to come on up, I don't know if,
Morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
So this is, yeah, come on up. Anybody else want to join us? This is a big one. This is monumental. I have no doubt a little bittersweet for some of your coworkers, and I wanted to mention that Eric, Mr. Zepp, the supervisor, really wanted to be here. He couldn't be here, but in the conversation we had, I must tell you, he is going to miss you. You're going to be missed greatly. He talked a lot about your work ethic, your mentorship of individuals there that you work with. So he wishes he could have been here, but we really thank you for being here. And again, this is a certificate of recognition for Paul. I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then love to hear from Paul a little bit about his thoughts. Paul Gagnon has been with the county for almost 40 years, so that's why I said this is a big one. In recognition of your 39 years and 10 months, we're going to round that up to 40 years, okay, of dedicated service to Carroll County government, we commend you for your journey that began on February 6, 1986, as a maintenance specialist. Throughout your long career in public service, you have served in several roles in the Division of Facilities, culminating the position of Grounds Technician 3. your duties from routine to weather-related emergency responses, things like tornadoes and blizzards and floods. I'm sure you've seen it all. Challenge your skills and your ability to adapt to changes when jobs required flexibility. Help your team successfully complete assignments. We wish you the best as you transition into the next phase of your life, and thank you very much for your career in public service and your service to Carroll County. So again, welcome, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just say a couple words, Paul. Once, you know, I appreciate everything you've done for Carroll County government and facilities. We had a long career together. We could call on you anytime to come in to help out, whether it was snow, tornadoes, whether you were here. But the main thing I want to say is he was here with a smile. He was here with, he wanted to be here. There was no attitude Paul threw when he had to do something he did not want to do. He made the best of every situation, and he brought up the younger generation as well, because his work ethic is just, as you see, rounding up to 40 years, is just phenomenal. You don't hear that much anymore. So, Paul, I want to say thank you for everything you did for facilities, made supervisors, my job easier, because I know we could rely on you to get the job done. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
Did your coworker
I'm
want to
going to
mention?
second what Justin, Commissioner Guerin, Eric Zepp said. Over the past 8 years that I've been here, you know, your dedication, your presence, your attitude, your work ethic, your knowledge has not gone unseen, and impossible to fill. 40 years of experience, 40 years of knowledge, 40 years of wealth. So you're going to be sorely missed, and we wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. But thank you very much for your commitment to facilities over the last 4 decades.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Paul, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Oh, I want to thank you all very much for this honor. This is an honor that you know, I accredit to every one of you, all the coworkers, all the supervisors I've had in the past, starting from a long time ago with Mike Whitson, Bruce Fritz, and Joe Fahrenholt, who were my bureau chief and supervisors. And like I say, on through the years, there's been many different supervisors, Ronnie Haynes, and then it just keeps getting better and better with supervisors, with Brad and Justin and with Eric and Mike back there. We just had a load of wonderful supervisors and people that have been helpful to me and my family, and all through the years. If I had to, you know, take off for a certain thing, they've always been there. And I try to come to work with a smile. I've had a lot of anxiety in my life, so sometimes it was hard. But I figure, you know, I want people to be happy. So I was always a jokester, try to joke, try to make the best of every situation if I could. And I thank God, I thank Jesus that they were always with me. My family, my wife, who's always behind me, and she's did so much for me, and our children, Brian and Lydia, and I'm just so grateful for this job and for all of you and for keeping me here this long. And I look forward to serving people still if I can, you know, if I can volunteer to help in any way with medical problems over the years, lower back problems and that kind of thing. I'll do everything that I can, but I just want to thank you all so much. And I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you for everything, and you guys, you're behind the scenes until there's a problem, and then you're out front. But thank you for all you do, both behind the scenes and when there is a problem and solving it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, and God bless you and everything that comes next. And so apart from volunteering, what does come next? What's on the horizon?
I don't know. My son's got some health problems, and we got to try to address that. He's 38 years old and lives with us, and that's really getting to be, is going, you know, not great. And I love metal detecting, and so I'm hoping to do a little bit of that. You know, that's something I've always loved to do. So,
Any places in particular you prefer, or anything in particular that you've found that is more extraordinary than anything else?
Just not necessarily large scents, and it's, you know, old large scents, stuff like that. A couple Civil War items, not much. Sword
Awesome.
drag, bayonet scabbard tips, you know.
That's awesome.
Kind of
That's
things,
yeah.
And I love finding stuff like that. It's just so neat when you pull something out of the ground like that, and you're pretty much sure that the last person touched that
you know, it could have been 100, 200 years ago, depending. I mean, I pulled out a fledgling large cent, that was 1793, which was the first large cent that the United States minted. And I knew that even though the date was worn off because it had edge lettering 100 on it. So you just think, you know, who had that in their hand? You know, you wonder who had that in their pocket. So that's why I always love metal detecting and doing that. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of that anyway if I can.
Paul.
Plus, I got a nice honey-do list I want to try to catch up.
And that's the most important. That's what I just left my husband with. He just retired too. Paul, I think sometimes folks that do your job are not recognized like they should be because we just expect the trains to be running and we expect things to happen and you're behind the scenes and don't get the recognition, but you are very much appreciated and we need to do more of that. Appreciate it from all of you. And your length of service and work ethic is something that's extraordinary. We often ask employers what they want in our youth for marketability, and they say, we just want work ethic. You don't even have to train them up. We'll train them, just show up on time, be ready to learn, and with a good attitude, and that's the number one thing we can do. And you've obviously done that your whole career here, and it's very much appreciated. With all the skill set you have, it sounds like you know how to do a lot of stuff. So don't be a stranger. There's lots of service opportunities that you can walk right into. I can say my husband hasn't been bored yet because us wives like to give you those lists to do so you still feel like you're doing something. So take it in that vein when you get the list. Just say, this is meant to keep me feeling like I'm worthwhile. Right. I'm the only woman here that can say that, guys. So we appreciate what you do. Enjoy your family and don't be a stranger to us and your community because there's a lot of need for folks like you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wish you well. Obviously, we've talked about your attitude and everything and how you've approached everything, but I think, and it was mentioned very briefly, but I think it's very important, in your 40 years, you've also mentored a lot of people by having that opportunity, and I can't thank you enough, because that's one thing I think at times people kind of forget that, you know, we can learn a lot of things through books and other information, but sometimes, without question, I think the best information comes from those that are maybe ahead of us in the position and can share their knowledge and their information. So thank you for doing that for other county staff and other employees. Truly appreciate it and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Wyndham, have we ever denied a retirement before out in public? 'Cause I think we're all having a little second thoughts about this. If we keep talking, we might actually just take this away from you. So, but again, yeah, thank you so much. I guess can we come down and get a picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you've got people with you, bring them up.
I think we're okay.
Too many, or are we okay?
I think we're okay.
Dump trucks, plowing this parking lot snow for the last 20 years. He wants to volunteer. There's a volunteer opportunity, it's that time.
Oh, yeah, I'll
Thank you.
Retired from here and told me how great the benefits are.
They are.
I hope that's true. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Don't forget your wife.
Now, we've never heard a word about the passport program, but we're going to now.
Never heard a word, yeah, right.
We might have heard a little bit.
Met Denise?
That's right.
Before you talk, is your card full?
Yes, it is.
You're gonna steal my
Yours,
thunder.
both of you?
Morning, Denise.
Good morning. Denise Beaver, Director of Economic Development, here with Diana Hare, who's our Agriculture Development Specialist. And as we know, you all and we celebrate agriculture as being very important in Carroll County. It is our #1 industry, and I know you and we want to shine a light on it. And so we did this year with a new program, and it's the Agritourism Passport Program. It was suggested to us by one of our agritourism agritourism passport or agritourism sites, and they said, why don't you do a passport program? And we said, that's a great idea. So we got to it and pulled it together and started it in June. And I have Diana here, and she's going to tell you all about it and the success that we had with it.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Hard to imagine it's been almost half a year since we sat here and first pitched this to you, but the Carroll County Agritourism Passport has come to a close for 2025. This program has been a real joy to implement, so be prepared for a bunch of gratitude. We'd like to thank the 21 locations that participated this year. We could not have done it without them. Along with other community partners such as Carroll County Public Libraries, Village Printing, Leicester Design, and Gwen the Puzzle Lady, who helped us pull this together on a very short timeline. So we're extremely grateful for their involvement. We estimate that we had between 1,200 and 1,400 passports in circulation during the duration of the program, so it would have been June to October. So whether you picked up a passport and you visited 1, 3, 5, 7, or all 21 locations, we're extremely grateful for the participation, and we hope to invite them back next year along with your friends. Invite your friends to participate next year. This program has been very neat because it has allowed me to market Carroll County agriculture not just on a local level, but also on a more of a state and a regional level through some partnerships with like WTTR, 101.9, the Baltimore Sun, Raising Connections Media. I've even had some other tourism agencies, mostly in the DMV, but as far away as California, reach out about interest of implementing a similar program in their own state, county, whatever it is. So it's pretty cool to know that an idea that came from Carroll County, Maryland, made it all the way to San Diego. Okay, so we're here for the main event, which is to draw the grand prize. So if you visited a minimum of 10 unique locations, got them stamped, you could turn in your passport to be entered into the grand prize drawing. I just wanted to highlight and thank 3 individuals. 2 of them visited 100% of the locations, all 21, and the third only missed one short event. I think they missed the Carroll County Fair. This includes Denise. She visited all 21 locations, and I'm really grateful for the support. Sometimes we don't always celebrate our own people very well, but Denise always goes above and beyond. So I will like to point out that I took both my passport and Denise's passport out of the drawing since there's a conflict of interest there. So just some interesting analytics we've been able to gather from the return passports. The top 3 locations visited across the board were Bogger's Farm and Orchard, Carolyn's Orchard, and Local Homestead Products. Okay, so that's enough for me. Did you have any questions before we move on to the main event comments?
Well, congratulations on this being such a successful program, and you both did a phenomenal job with it.
It was a lot of fun. I have a mile-long list of ideas for next year, things to change, things to add, so looking forward to it.
And how do you promote that?
Everywhere.
I mean, is it like libraries at schools? Do they promote it at the end of school?
The school system did send it out. The libraries were a collection site for return passports, but they were pretty good about sharing things on their social media. We did radio spots. We did an entire 24-hour interview with Gina Crash from WILF. Does that sound right?
101.9.
Yeah. I did podcasts. You name it. We did it.
No, I think it's a great idea. They even have that at Disney World because it makes the kid go have to look for something, or the student, whoever it is.
Yeah.
But it's a wonderful program, educational, and it gives parents ideas of things you've never
Things to
knew
do.
to do in the summertime that don't always cost very much money. So I think it's a very good program.
This is the participation prize, which is a small 20-piece acrylic puzzle, which was designed with Diana's input and staff with the Puzzle Lady, who is a local entrepreneur that participated in the Carroll Biz Challenge. So we used a local entrepreneur as well to design this puzzle, and then this is the participation prize for everyone who turned in their passport. And I just have to say personally, I mean, it was a goal to, support the program and visit all of the sites. It was wonderful. It was so much fun. I took my granddaughters and my family, and we went places that I had never been to before and had such wonderful family experiences. And I just hope that, other people will do it, when we do it again next year and take that opportunity to share all of the great places that we have in Carroll County with their families and friends. So, yeah, it's great. And the puzzle is really cute. It's easy to put together and kind of a little memento and a keepsake as well. So,
All right, who's doing the honors?
who's going to pick the grand prize?
Commissioner Krebs?
Sure.
Well, first. Mix, mix, mix. Which in there, mix. Perfect, mix. There'll be no conflict
What
of
am I
interest
doing?
here.
I'm just stirring.
Mix it.
This
Oh,
is a group
mixing,
project.
mixing, okay, mixing.
Does this mean we don't trust you?
And it is also to note that many of the participating sites have donated products to go into a very large, nice tote that we're going to be awarding to the winner that you will be selecting. So they will be coming to get that in the office in the next
Who
couple
got
of.
the puzzle?
Anyone who turned one in.
All of the people who are in that bag, yeah, everybody who.
Awesome.
Them all. Did they get something special too?
I'm sorry,
The two that completed it all?
no.
They should.
One of them.
Yeah, one of them was me.
One of
No,
them was
not you. No,
Denise.
once you took your name.
I have wonderful memories to save forever.
It says Nicholas Wilt. So I will reach out to Nicholas and let him know that he can pick his passport, well, his grand prize up. beginning of next
Congratulations
week.
to Nicholas.
Yes, and we will take
Absolutely.
a photo with Nicholas getting his prize, and we will end up sharing that as well. And obviously have reached out to all the participating venues and, you know, thank them for their participation and help. And Diana's gotten great feedback from all of them that, you know, they really enjoyed being a part of it, and it helped to increase some visitation to their sites. So that was the goal.
Are they encouraged to let the site know that they're there for the pass? They have to get something stamped
Yes.
from them?
Oh, yes,
Yep.
yes, yeah, yeah.
They physically had, I don't know if you can see them. They physically
I
had to
saw it
get
at the Farm
stamped.
Museum, but I was
Yeah,
too late to
or
get
sticker.
started.
It was never too late.
To do all that, yeah, it was. Next year.
I've been well-schooled, that it was never too
Never
late.
too late.
That's right.
Heard about it even
And
in credit
actually,
rating.
well, here's the other thing. So, on carolgrown.org, there are 75 sites and venues that Carroll citizens and visitors can go to explore Carroll County agriculture. And that's amazing. And so that's my next goal.
Well, maybe we should have a challenge here on the board for next year. that
That's
we all
right.
Do the
That's
passport
right.
and see who gets the most sites.
That's right. I like that.
I just feel like I have to say that that interactive map, it's constantly growing. So, you know, if you happen to look on there and there's someone you know that you can buy from locally and they're not there, please let me know, because if I don't know about you, it's probably likely that there are other people who don't know about you. Yeah.
That's right.
I'd love to add you.
That's right. Because everything grows better in Carroll County.
Yes, thank you
all.
very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good way to work that in, Denise.
Now, for more excitement, we're going to talk about the Operational Stability Reserve Policy.
I do have public comment.
Do you?
No, not for this.
Okay.
That was,
So-
I'm sorry, Commissioners, that was not me. Somebody interjected there. Let me find out if that's for this specific item.
It is.
Yes, please identify yourself. Are you guys ready for public comment for this item?
Yes.
Yes.
My name's Josh Wilhide.
Okay, Mr. Wilhide, you'll have 3 minutes.
Give me 1 second to start my clock.
We have the clock going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to make a public comment about this. I do not feel like this stability fund is realistic, and I don't think the people of Carroll County asked for it. I want you guys to already know that we already have a stability reserve fund in place, and we already have 5% of our total budget allocated to that. And to now start another Operation Stability Reserve policy, I think is overkill. The public did not ask for this, and looking at what the policy is, I cannot believe that it took 142 days since the start of this fiscal year to write a policy that is literally 1 page long. In the policy, it states in the best interest of the citizens of Carroll County. The citizens of Carroll County did not ask for this. The citizens of Carroll County rather asked for additional school funding. I'm disappointed that we're actually having this fund move forward when we're not paying our teachers. The pay scales have remained the same. Also, one other thing I want to point out in this is that if I read from the proceed the documentation online. It says the operations facility funds will only be used by actions of the commissioners to appropriate them in the budget. I think that this is dangerous and it removes public accountability. I think anything that we do with our budget is actually the citizens of Carroll County and not commissioners' money. And the way that I read this, that this is just wrong. And we should not be putting extra money into savings when we haven't given our teachers a raise, and that you guys should really be ashamed of yourself for setting this up, because there's no reason to save 10% when we're already saving 5%. Thank you.
Thank you. Have anybody else?
I do have other public commenters, but not for this specific item.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Well, I came up here and I was going to say, rarely do I come up here just feeling happy about something. And there we go. But I probably need to say a little bit more than I intended to now. But during the budget process, the commissioners agreed to create this new reserve. Money has been set aside in our fund balance, so it's already there, but we did not at that point have the actual policy adopted. That's what we're doing here today. The reason for doing this is flexibility to deal with the unexpected. Much as we try to plan for the future, things happen that we can't plan for. And obvious ones are sudden downturn in revenue expectations. We get mandates from the federal government or the state government without enough notice to have dealt with them, or just some other thing that we have to deal with that wasn't built into our plans. For things that are ongoing changes, this is not the long-term solution because it's one-time money. But what this gives you is time to be able to say, we have something we need to deal with. How do we want to approach this? How do we want to build this into our plans rather than having to resort to immediate changes to things that are already in place in order to deal with this unexpected? The biggest example I can give you is fiscal year 10, when the state made significant changes in the middle of the year. And we were scrambling to figure out how to replace the losses. And at that time, we actually had more flexibility just throughout the budget. Budgets have been squeezed in many ways. Places we had to go back then just aren't around anymore. If we had the same situation happen with the state this year as we had in fiscal year 10, we would have a much more difficulty trying to figure out how do we keep this budget balanced. Having this in place, in that situation, would have allowed you to take a year to figure things out rather than to start making changes right in the middle of the year. And on the point of one time, the comment was made, money should have gone to teacher salaries. I understand not questioning the desire for more money for teacher salaries. The thing is, this being one-time money and salaries being ongoing, it's not a good match. You could pay the salaries for 1 year, but then you're left to say, how do we pay it again next year? So how will this work? Every year, we'll take 5% of your ongoing revenues in the operating budget, and that amount will be held in fund balance as this operational stability reserve. If it's not used, it will only change as the budget grows. It will also grow along with it. If we find ourselves in a situation where we do turn to this money, then this policy would set it up so that in future years, when we have surpluses, 1/3 of what was available in that year would automatically go to replenishing this until we get back to the 5% again. And it was also mentioned we already have a 5% reserve, which is true. That's a stabilization fund that's been in place for a long time. The criteria for accessing that are very, very rigid. And in fact, we've never used it. we would probably be facing, significant disaster kind of situations before we would get to that money. There will be a lot more flexibility for you to make use of this without having to be in those dire situations. And on the point of the commissioners having the authority to do this, in some sense, everything you do is on behalf of the people of Carroll County, but they voted for you and gave you certain authority. One big piece of that is the authority to establish a budget. This is part of establishing a budget. To make use of this money, you would have to say, we are appropriating it, we're putting it into the budget, and now it can be used. And I think indisputably that is your authority. So unless there are any questions, we're just looking for a vote to establish this as an official policy.
Just a comment, and you described very well that this is one-time money. Also, it doesn't seem to be understood. We do not negotiate with the 5 bargaining units with CCBS. They do, and we don't control that. And this year, they actually are getting an increase in pay, but it's the timing was negotiated with the bargaining units, and so they got what they wanted. So, and like you say, this is one-time money. This couldn't have been put on that anyway.
Yeah, I think it's also worth mentioning, and it's timely because we're going to be talking about bond ratings here in a little bit, and we've got an extremely high bond. I think it's a AAA bond rating. It's one of the.
It is the highest.
It is the highest you can get, and not every county can say they have it. The reason, and I've got a point here, the reason that bond rating is so high is because the way the county has operated in the past, fiscally, maybe fiscally conservative is even the right term to use. And it's important for people watching to understand that that bond rating allows the county to borrow money at a lower rate. Now, it's important for people to realize that every government, large or small, every business must have the ability to tap into what's called capital. Without capital, things tend to, you can't do things you need to do with a lack of capital. So the point I'm making is that measures like this ensure that bond rating. I think they certainly help, and the byproduct of that and the benefit of that are these low rates that we can borrow money, which in turn is saving the county a lot of money as well. So it's not as simple as one issue or another, but I think that is worth pointing out, and I don't know what level you agree with me on that, but I think that's an important point.
Oh, absolutely agree. And I would never have brought this idea to you solely on the basis of it being a good thing in the eyes of the rating agencies, but it absolutely is a plus in their eyes. And for the same reason. They know we have flexibility to deal with change without having to resort to things that maybe we don't really think we should be doing.
Ted, I just had a couple questions, since I haven't been through a budget process yet. The 5% you said we never had tapped into, that's is ongoing, and that's called, you said, a stabilization? That's called a stabilization fund.
Yes.
So do we have any kind of dedicated funds at all for this CIP to protect our bond rating? I mean, or to protect make sure we're paying back our bonds?
If you mean something like this, no.
Well, and the reason I'm asking, the state has the property tax. So the state portion of the property tax is supposed to cover, now we put in extra, they put in extra money each year to cover that, but that's what, they know that this amount of money is coming from property tax every single year, and the bond rating companies look at that. Now, if we go over that and it's coming from the budget, then that's what causes the state to take down. That's why because they've overspent. But could we, or could we have something that is dedicated that would be, we're not touching this, so they would be satisfied?
Okay, we don't have something comparable to the state's arrangement. That is a choice the board could make. We do have something in practice that works a little bit like that, in that we dedicate part of our local income tax to the school construction program. Some of that gets used as for supporting debt service. And actually talking about the rating agencies, in the past, I have at times pointed that out to the rating agencies that school debt service is supported by that dedicated revenue. So when you're looking at our debt affordability measures, arguably, you can look at it just in the straight numbers, but also consider, well, we already have money set aside for that.
And the reason I'm asking is because I know they like to look at that. I think we're both fiscal conservatives, and I've known you for 30 years, and very few times you've come up and said, yay, this is a wonderful year, because there's always something coming up, no matter what. Every year, we know that. It's always a lot of unknowns. But could we, during the budget process, look at not just dedicating part of the income tax for schools, but for our whole CIP, which is roads and schools and whatever else is in our CIP, which would give us comfort to know we can't touch that for operating budget because we have to dedicate it. Because one of the things I'm concerned about when I don't know what is our debt capacity to keep a AAA bond rating.
Well, there's no answer to that question, but there are some commonly used measures, and we are well under any kind of accepted measure for debt affordability
And
now.
that's just something we'll talk about later, but that a little bit concerns me because when it's trying to find a balance, when we put off things, the capital things that could have been done last year, year before, prices keep going up, and they actually go up faster, so we get further and further behind. We end up paying more in the long run. So, using your capacity for debt and making sure you can pay for it is important because at the end of the day, we're paying more money for a project that would have cost less if we'd done it earlier. So it's sort of like, paying cash for stuff. I mean, if you pay cash for things today, you wouldn't be able to buy as much stuff. So we have to say, what do we need? Because putting things off just make the cost go up, and then we never get it done. So that concerns me that maybe we should leverage more on things that are long-term, not operational, whether it's schools or roads or community college or whatever. But that will happen during the budget process. But I think it might behoove us if we're worried. I know we want the AAA bond rating. I get that. But I think we have a lot more capacity to keep that AAA bond rating. But if we could dedicate part of something, whether it's the income tax, then that would take that off the table for spending and satisfy everybody, but give us more capacity to feel comfortable borrowing money, bonding money to do projects that are 20 and 50-year projects. And then you said you've never tapped into that particular money. The way I read this policy, it just says, shall authorize the establishment of the operational stability reserve by resolution. But then you would put that away before the budget, but then during the budget process, we could make a decision to change that we could say, oh, we're not putting the 5% in this year. This just establishes the ability to do that.
Yeah, well, this establishes the board's intent to do it. So it's your policy. You can always change it. But failing changing the policy, the expectation is there would always be 5% there.
And there's already, the board already, the budget that was passed for FY '26 already
Has a 5%.
Right.
I get that. My question is, right now, we're making a decision to set money aside. Absolutely. This gives us the authorization to do it, but as we go through the process, we might say, hey, this year it might be better to do X. And then we're not in the budget process yet. I don't know what the revenues are going to come in. It would be nice to have the flexibility to make that decision this year if things look better. Like last year, it ended up looking way better than we thought just because of blueprint changes. But then we would have some flexibility during that budget process, say, no, this is a good year. So we might want to move forward with some of these capital expenditures so we're not putting them off another year and have costs keep going. We're losing money by waiting. My point, costs are going up double, triple of what we're getting by saving it. And that's sometimes is just costing us more in the end. So when we have reserves at the end of the year, not the 5%, but if we have leftover money, which we do every year, rollovers, what happens to that? Would that roll into this?
No, this remains 5%. It doesn't. We don't put in less. We won't put in more. If you have money left over at the end of the year and you don't do anything with it, it sits in what's called unassigned fund balance. So it's money that's available to you, but it's not actually in the budget at that point. But the commissioners can choose to appropriate that money, and in most years that happens. And often, what it does get used as is to put money onto capital projects. And this is a longer conversation than we can have today, but I just want to touch on two things that you said. First, on dedicating additional income tax to capital projects. Absolutely, that's in the board's hands to do. But that's a complicated conversation because you're taking ongoing revenue off the table that could have been funding some other ongoing expenditures. So it's not simply a matter of saying, do we want to dedicate it? It's also, what are we not going to use it for in order to use it this way? And the other on borrowing more, in a debt affordability sense, we have capacity. There's no problem there. Our problem right now is that when you look at the future years of our projected budgets, we have negatives on the bottom line. If you take on more debt, you take on more debt service, and you have to have the means of paying for it. That's what would get in the way for us if we talk about doing more borrowing.
No, but I understand. It's just we are getting farther and farther behind on maintenance of buildings and of keeping up with certain things, and it's only going to grow, or we're never going to get it done. But on the unassigned fund balances, is that a certain number every year? I mean, is it what's the amount like unassigned fund balance like today? Give me just an idea of the capacity of that or the scope.
We just talked about this a couple weeks ago.
That's all right. Maybe, and you know what? Maybe you could just give me in a report. I know what it is. I've seen it in the capital improvement plan, but I'd like to know what they are both in the operating budget and in the capital budget, just so we know the scope and over years. How much has our unassigned fund balance been, and is it even as a percentage of the budget? That way we can put it in context.
Okay, well, there is no one answer to that because it changes every.
That's what I mean. If we see like the last 10 years, 5 years, 10 years,
Yes,
you know, what's the percentage of the fund balance? What's the dollar amount? What's the percentage of the total budget?
Yes,
Then we
we-
know, is it 1%? Is it 5%? It would give us a little bit more idea of the scope of that fund balance every year, if it's tight or if it's not tight. I don't mind doing this. Sometimes it's not wise to keep waiting on things. It depends on what the outlook is. And we never know. I've been in this for a long time, and every year it's the same thing. I hear it, and we don't, there's very little certainty even in a good year because somebody wants to spend more money and the state wants to mandate. I would think in at least the next year or two, the state's not going to be mandating too much because they might be passing costs on to us, which they have been. The federal government's passing on to the state's passing on to the locals, which I disagree with, but I don't think the blueprint's going to be back anytime real soon just because all the counties are in the same boat we are. Unfortunately, they're on the same boat. Just the way they've made us spend the money, which was not very efficiently. And it's tied the Board of Ed's hands on being able to give teacher raises because the state's telling them how to spend the money versus the local Board of Ed deciding how to do that. But I just hope we have some flexibility during the budget process on this. I don't want to change it back, but the intention would be the policy. And then as we're doing the budget, we could, that's the way I read it. That you would put it into the budget and work it in there, but if we realize that we have to do certain things, that we would have the ability to still make those decisions and maybe put 3%. And in the state level, that's what we do as well. We have the certain one budget and one balance, and a second one might put 3% in that year instead of 5%. That's the goal, but is that the way you would read this?
No, it's not. The whole point of a policy is to say this is how we're going to do it unless we change the policy. The policy is in your hands, so the board can change it anytime you want. But if we're going to do it, I don't think it should be with an idea that we're going to reconsider it every year. It should be that this is what we plan to do.
I mean, it does tie your hands. You've got 5% tied up we've never touched. Now we're going to tie up another 5%. I'd like to see it in the context of what it's going to mean to the whole operational budget. But I guess we could adjust the policy. I mean, this is the intent. As I said, in the state, they have the two different pots, too. One you don't ever touch, and one you might touch a little bit. I just don't want to tie our hands when the budget time comes to say, oh, because of this policy. Well, we put the policy in place, and 10%'s a lot. So it'd be nice in the context of the budget, I know you talked about this last year, to know what would that mean to the budget coming in to put this extra money. What's the total value of this? What would be the number of dollars?
Yes, we will get that for you.
Okay. Number of dollars, and then also, what we're expecting our revenue extra to be this year, because if it takes all of the revenue, the extra 5%, then we'd have a zero growth. You know what I'm saying? If we're putting 5%.
This won't be coming out of revenue. This is money already in your hands. The only thing that will come out of, well, even really wouldn't come out of revenue in the future, in most years, it would reduce the amount of unassigned fund balance that would be created because you're assigning some
So
of
right
it.
now, if we did this policy, it would be money in this current year that we're going to hold the fund balance, I guess the reserve, and we would now put it in this reserve, or unassigned fund balance.
This money is coming from money that came out of the operations of previous years. This is not looking at taking money out of your revenue stream.
So we take it out of unassigned fund balance.
If we didn't do this, it would be in unassigned fund balance, yes. And I think I missed one of your questions. If you were asking how many dollars this is going to be at this point, I don't remember exactly, but it's roughly $25 million.
Okay. I just, I don't mind the intention of the policy. Again, we already have a fund balance that we've never touched, which is a good thing, I guess, and we've had emergencies, but we've had it sitting there. We have a lot of needs too, and until I look at it, I don't mind the policy being in place for intent, this is what our intentions are, but I think as we go through the budget, we've got to look realistically at what the needs are and how we're going to take care of those as we go forward.
So Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Krebs, if I might just offer a little perspective on that. So the stabilization fund that was created some years ago has a very strict set of circumstances under which it can be used, right? What we're talking about here is an operational stability reserve, so that as we move through budgeting, our normal budgeting process, we have greater flexibility to be able to use a reserve to adapt to changing circumstances or emergencies. So they are two separate funds. And, as Ted had mentioned, if this money wasn't being set aside for those operational emergencies, or for whatever, at our discretion we decide to use it on, it would be sitting in unassigned fund balance and could be used for something else. But the whole idea here is to provide us breathing space. God forbid an emergency comes up where instead of having to, immediately react to something or shift money around or take money away from something else, we have this fund that we can rely on. And as Commissioner Guerin had very capably pointed out, it also helps with our bond rating and our ability to borrow. So it really is about stabilization and making sure that we have the ability to proceed where even if the state throws something at us or something else unexpected comes up, just as one example, one of the things that we have been paying attention to for years is PFAS remediation. And I think right now we have something like $5 million set aside specifically for that. But that we are expecting based on other states and based on other areas, you're talking about tens of millions of dollars. So if the federal government decided to suddenly say, hey, everybody is now responsible to do this immediately, and our cost ended up being, I don't know, $15 million, we wouldn't have to suddenly say, hey, school system, we have to take money back from you. Or we wouldn't have to say, hey, roads, we got to take money back from you. We have this fund to rely on for the course of the next year while we figure out how to accommodate that $10 million. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, one last question. On the current stabilization fund that we have, it says it's tied to certain things. Is that a policy that was set by the commissioners of what it can be used for?
Yes.
So that's something that we've tied our hands, and that's not something that's required. We've tied our hands because of it. We've not used it.
Well, it is tied to a GASB regulation. The details were set by the board, but there wasn't infinite flex. On this one, it can be anything. On the stabilization fund, that's not true. It was designed to be narrowly.
But the first one is somewhat there is flexibility in that we've made it stricter based on GASB, but I'd have to read the GASB ruling on that. But we would maybe have some flexibility on that if we needed it.
Flexibility to change it?
The policy that we said.
I think the answer to that is yes. I haven't looked at that for a long time, so I don't want to leave an idea on the table that how much flexibility there is. But keep in mind, when we create something like that, if it doesn't appear, if nothing else, to the auditors as if you are doing what you intended to do and you're just changing it to meet your needs today, that can be a problem.
No, the only reason I'm suggesting, I don't know how long it's been in place, but if it's something we haven't had to use, maybe it's too strict, or maybe it's okay to cover things. I need to find out more about it and look at the rule. And I thank you for telling me you didn't know the answer. Sometimes people say they know the answer and they really don't. I appreciate that you said you'd have to look it up, and to see what that actually said. Thank you for all those. I will support this, but I'd like to keep it in mind while we're doing our budget so it doesn't we don't tie our hands unnecessarily at the whole 5% right away when we already have 5%. That's a big chunk of change when we have a lot of stuff that's in need right now.
For whatever it's worth, the commissioners hear from me endlessly about trade-offs and choices and implications of what we do or don't do.
I know, we appreciate it.
I move the Board of Carroll County Commissioners approve the Operational Stability Reserve Policy.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund, purpose areas.
Commissioner, I have, hold on,
Is anybody on the phone?
and I have three.
Yes, sir, I do have one on the phone for this item.
So,
And I have three.
so we want to go ahead and do the,
Whatever you want to do.
yeah, so,
Public comment first?
yep.
Okay. The first card I have is Mr. Rick Glass.
Debbie, you're gonna have to let us show the
Yeah, you
timer,
got it.
please.
Unhand the controls, Dan. It's all yours, Chris. Do what you need to do.
We good?
That would be, hold on, I've gotta get that back.
I apologize, I messed it up. I'm sorry, Chris.
Matt, could you go in there and fix that, please? Thank you.
Poor Chrissy sounds in such distress.
I was trying to get our PowerPoint up in the meantime so that we were ready to go,
Okay.
and I've delayed everything. I apologize.
No worries, no worries.
This doesn't happen often.
It always happens when I'm up here.
That's the worst we ever do. We're good.
We ready?
Yes, please, Mr. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
My name is Rick Glass, and I'm here today to advocate for including adult cannabis education as an eligible use of the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. I was emailed by a Carroll County government employee that the Education and After-School Programs purpose area is intended to support education and programming for kids and is not eligible for adult use education. So let me get this straight. Only individuals that are over 21 can legally use cannabis without a medical card, but none of these funds can be used to educate them on what they are ingesting? To tell people to go to the Maryland Cannabis Administration's website for education is naive and doesn't discuss individual needs, nor does it have any depth on product education. I am the only nonprofit in Carroll County focusing on cannabis education. I am slightly frustrated as I feel with all the investment I have made in the community, I would have had more of a role in these discussions rather than force my way in. One of the purpose areas that was accepted by the state, but also Carroll County, is workforce development. Workforce development isn't just preparing people for specific jobs. It includes any training that helps adults stay healthy, informed, and able to participate safely and reliably in the workforce. Adult cannabis education does exactly that. When adults understand how cannabis works in the body, how to use it responsibly, how it interacts with medications, and what Maryland law says, they make safer decisions. This reduces preventable workplace issues, improves public health, and lowers strain on emergency services, directly strengthening our county's workforce. This is especially important in Carroll County, where many residents, veterans, seniors, and low-income individuals use cannabis for health-related reasons. Without proper education, misinformation fills the gap, leading to unsafe use, improper dosing, and avoidable risks that ultimately affect families, workplaces, and the community. Educating adults also supports responsible parenting through proper storage, understanding impairment, and distinguishing medical, adult use, and illegal products, helping keep children safe and families stable. And critically, adult education supports the communities the CRF fund was created to serve, low-income and disproportionately impacted neighborhoods that were most harmed by decades of misinformation and uneven enforcement. Providing accurate, accessible education is a form of empowerment and prevention. This is not about promoting cannabis use. It's about promoting knowledge, safety, and responsible decision-making among adults who are already using cannabis or have it in their home. That is workforce development. Allowing CRF funds to support adult use cannabis education under workforce development is a proactive step that gives residents the tools to stay healthy, safe, and productive members of our workforce. This is exactly what this fund was designed to support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next comment is William Stansberry.
Good morning. I have two things I want to ask of you. Number one, I want to ask that you do not accept funds or put your name anywhere close to this, okay? Number two, the damage to this has already been done in Annapolis by these people. Pray for them. They need prayer. There's something wrong up here, because I'll tell you briefly why I say this. I've been working part-time at the Baltimore Rescue Mission for 21 years, and I could tell you story after story, introduce you to 200 or more men who have been hooked on drugs, who started with cannabis. Yes, maybe some people think it's just fine to just do marijuana. Let me tell you something, it's a gateway to all other drugs. I can tell you this for an absolute fact. If you don't believe me, I would invite you to come with me any night down to the Baltimore Rescue Mission and talk to these men and see what it has done to their lives. Not to mention the deaths that have occurred, the broken families that have occurred. It is all unbelievably evil. There's nothing good about it. Doctors will tell you there are other means and ways of treating things. Now, they talk about medical marijuana and all this. There is some truth to that. I'm not denying that. But they will also tell you there's less addictive ways to deal with it rather than using marijuana. I could cite example after example, and I will not name names, but I could, of people who just thought it was just fine to start marijuana and go on and whatever. And next thing you know, they were hooked on crack cocaine or fentanyl or you name it, and it destroyed their lives. I have sat there and counseled with men night after night after night and fought back tears listening to the horrors of this. This is very real. It's not touchy feel-good stuff. Okay, we'll just do marijuana and it'll stop there. I could name again many names who thought that's what they were going to do. Their lives are ruined. They can't get a job. They live in the basements of their parents' houses at 40 and 50 years of age. I am not kidding. This is deadly serious. And I just ask you, do not take money. To me, this is as crazy as these commercials you see on TV about gambling. Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, they're going to hook people on gambling, and then at the same, on the other side of their mouth, they're going to say, but don't worry, we will help you and gamble responsibly. Now, how ridiculous is that? That's exactly what's going on here. The same thing. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Christine Stansberry, and that's the last card I have.
I don't have as many words, but I just want to request you not to spend money, to give the tax money that the state will then appropriate to the Carroll County to give to nonprofit organizations. They then will put it in their budget and they will allow it to be part of their dependent revenue for operation purposes, and I don't feel that will then cause them to be dependent upon this money, and I feel that the funds that the state of Maryland has obtained from the taxing of the sale of marijuana also is not, that is being laundered by then distribution to the counties. The federal government still categorizes the marijuana as a drug, as an illegal drug, and therefore all the money that the state, Maryland, is collecting from that is illegal. And so therefore they're giving it to the counties because to launder it through the nonprofit organizations. The one other thing I just want to mention is that there is a cannabis dispensary on Liberty Road, which is 5 minutes, 10-minute car ride from Liberty High School, Century High School, and South Carroll High School. And the students there are going up and down the road, and it's putting it in their mind, you know, elevated relief. And I just object to that location, and I just appreciate you listening to me. But I do not distribute the money that the state's giving you to the nonprofit organizations, who then become dependent upon their operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Yeah.
What do you have on the phone?
Yes, we have one on the phone here. If you could please use *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself, please.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Commissioners. Catherine Adelaide. As Catherine Adelaide, a citizen of Carroll County. So, yes, again, the bottom line here is that you're going to vote today whether to release the CRRF funds, Community Reinvestment and Repair Funds, for county use. However, you can't reinvest and repair anything with funds from an illegal source. Again, the Controlled Substance Act has not been, it needs to be taken completely out of the Controlled Substance Act. That would take an act of Congress. Feel free to do that. I tell everybody, if this is what you want, do it the legal way, because the first question is it legal? If it's not legal, then you can't go forward with all the other things that you want to do with it. And it's not legal because Maryland can't make a law that directly conflicts with federal law under the Supremacy Clause. You'd have to get a Supreme Court, that's still a good Supreme Court case, Gonzalez v. Rake, that would have to be overruled. None of these things have happened. We've been hearing for 2 years how they're going to change the schedule. Again, it doesn't matter if they change the schedule. It has to be legally completely removed from the Controlled Substance Act and regulated by the FDA like any other drug. And then none of this would be coming before you. The citizens of Carroll County or the state of Maryland don't have a right to vote to legalize any drugs whatsoever. So the arguments I'm hearing are the voters legalized it. Well, that's not really possible. The voters can't come in and legalize slavery. It's prohibited by the 13th Amendment. They can't legalize human trafficking. It's prohibited by federal law, as is pot. And they can't legalize drugs. What if we were to use the profits from human trafficking to help the victims of human trafficking? This is insanity. Next, I've heard it's a grant. It's not a grant. It's laundered money, as the caller mentioned. You can't change money that's illegal into legal money. So you can't rationalize this by calling it a grant. Again, gambling and tobacco, they're not illegal under federal law. So I would ask you to, again, you really legally do not have the authority to vote on this today at all because the source is illegal. So I'd ask you to vote no. I would ask you to abstain. I would ask you to vote to continue looking at this, to at least evaluate the last speaker's idea of including education in the thing, but at least don't vote on it today or vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Debbie Staniford, Grants Office, joined by Corey Hardinger, also Grants Office, Department of Management and Budget. So, Chris, is our PowerPoint? Yeah, here we are. How easy was that? All right, very good. So, we are here to continue the discussion with the board regarding the CRRF, the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. We would like today to review again the purpose areas and allowable uses. We do have a recommendation for the board's consideration for the purpose areas that we could utilize under this funding. and then we will discuss the possibility of moving to the next step with a request for proposal release. So what is the CRRF? It was established when the state of Maryland legalized adult use cannabis. This is one of 5 revenue streams that comes into the county from this tax revenue, and it's one of the most restrictive. It is the one that requires public input and your approval to move forward. The other funding comes in through general tax revenue, through every state dollar that comes to the county, through business grants, and then through grants to the health department. The current balance in our fund is $2 million. This is a lot of money, but I'd like to remind the board that this includes 2 years' worth of revenue that we've been receiving, the interest on that revenue, and then one-time only fees that we have collected with dispensaries that converted from medical to adult sales. We project in an ongoing way the revenue from this particular stream of cannabis tax revenue will be about $225,000 a year. And we build that into our projections that we're going to share later in the presentation. So what can we do with it and what can't we do with it? The funding needs to be used for community-based initiatives that impact or serve low-income households and or disproportionately impacted area, which in Carroll is 21157. But within that, it still needs to be within a purpose area. So we can't fund a project that is just going to impact low and mod unless it's in one of the state-approved purpose areas. The state allows limited administrative expenses for county governments. We don't intend to take that at this point, and then no funding for law enforcement, and we also cannot supplant current funds with this money. So here are all the eligible purpose areas. Spoiler alert, those that are bolded are what we are going to recommend and what's in your motion. But just to review the purpose areas that are approved by the state, housing and homelessness, behavioral health, education and after school, job training and workforce, transportation, child care and recreational services, truancy and absenteeism, programs for those impacted by incarceration, and then that disproportionate impacted area 21157. Again, we can't spend outside these purpose areas, and we're going to, like I said, we've kind of given you a heads up of what we're going to recommend, and we're going to walk through each one of those and tell you what led us to that recommendation for the board. So we did lots of things over the last several months to gather feedback. Excuse me. First, we convened a provider work group. This was representative of the purpose areas that we just went through and included both governmental and nonprofit partners. We surveyed that nonprofits and stakeholder groups. So we short survey, what purpose areas would folks like to see moved forward. This represented the provider work group. They could send it to their networks. It went out to the Circle of Caring Homelessness Board, the local management board, the local care team, the Senior Opioid Policy Group, and I know it has another name, but I can't, that one doesn't stick in my head, the Vet Advisory Council, and then the Commission on Aging. So we got about 130 responses from that survey. We also held a public hearing in October with the board, and you kept the record open for 10 days. We took any written comment that you received into consideration. And then finally, we looked at local needs assessments, strategic plans, and annual plans. In particular, we looked at the LMB's strategic plan that they just developed for the Enough Act. Because if you'll remember, the Enough Act is targeting areas of concentrated childhood poverty in our community, which includes 21157 and Union Bridge. They surveyed nearly 250 households about what they would prioritize in the community and what they needed. And I think when that was presented to the board, one of the comments was, well, we have other areas of poverty in our community. It's not just in 21157 and in Union Bridge. And so when we looked at this, I think our assumption is that if you're living in poverty in Carroll, your experience is similar, whether you're living in Manchester or in Eldersburg or in Tawnytown. So we used that input. We looked at the Circle of Caring's Homelessness Board strategic plan, and then the Health Department plan, which includes behavioral health services as well as the prevention activities that they are undertaking. We are also making a recommendation, if the board were to move forward with this, to limit the purpose areas, and we wanted to tell you why we are suggesting that. One, the three purpose areas that we're recommending kind of rose to the top among all groups. In addition, there are some purpose areas here that are going to be addressed by Blueprint funding, already being addressed by Blueprint funding, including truancy efforts, and the Enough Act. I will say Corey and I, as the grants team, review every grant application that comes to the board, and the Enough Act is embedded in every state grant. So there will be a lot of resources, not only every state grant, but in some federal grants. You get extra points, you are scored higher, you're directed to use some of those resources in the Enough Act areas. So I think the Enough Act in and of itself will direct a lot of resources to those two areas. We also didn't feel like the ongoing revenue is sufficient enough to impact 9 areas. That's a lot of problems to solve and issues to address, so we thought we would narrow it. We've also been involved in statewide meetings around this, and we've been following other counties that have released their RFPs, and every one of them have narrowed the purpose areas. So that's why we're recommending that. Whoops. I went too far. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Corey to walk through what our recommendations are for the purpose areas, how we got there. I'm going the wrong way, sorry. This is why nobody gives me control of this. There we go. There, I'll go one more. Yep. Go back one more.
No,
and then
go-
I'm going to run it. Oh.
Go forward one more.
Yep, I will. Okay. All right. So, and if we're approved to move forward, we're going to give you a little bit about what that RFP would look like. So, yeah.
All right, so these are the purpose areas that we really have not prioritized and really didn't receive a tremendous amount of community support. The first being childcare and recreation, although recreational activities. Although we hear a lot about childcare being an issue, this is something that has been identified by the state as a statewide issue, and they are beginning to address this collaboratively. They're working with the Maryland Association of Local Management Boards, MSDE, and Maryland Family Network to do some collaborative work about how to increase the number of childcare providers, reduce costs, those sorts of things. Again, as Debbie mentioned, truancy and chronic absenteeism are currently being addressed by local Blueprint funds here. We have 2 providers that, under the hub and spoke model of the Blueprint, are providing services to CCPS households with chronically absent students. So that is already being addressed. Incarceration did not received almost no support from any of our feedback that we gathered. I will say several years ago, we had a local management board program that attempted to improve or repair relationships between incarcerated parents and their children. On paper, very great program, encountered some very significant barriers due to some state changes to state law and just the logistics of that program. So after 2 years, we ended that program, but we did connect several families with their children. So, but again, it's a very difficult population to address. 21157, again, as we spoke to, we believe that we need to address all areas in the county where we have low-income folks. And then workforce development, we really intend to target this money towards nonprofits, and workforce has potential additional funding opportunities that they may have coming up for themselves. And so these are the areas that we would not recommend funding at this time. We do have 2 areas that did get support, but we are not recommending. The first one, transportation. I think every assessment, every survey, transportation rises to the top as a barrier. This fund, the CRF funds, are insufficient to really create or expand a current public transportation system that meets every need of every person who needs transportation in a primarily rural or suburban county. But however, we will require that all RFP submissions address transportation as a barrier to ensure that accessing services is not a barrier because they don't have transportation. And we'll be looking for creative ways to address transportation. And then education, the CRRF funds are not able to support general countywide education expenses, as the funds must target low-income households. And in addition, the state has clarified that the statutory language was really intended to support school-aged youth. The education piece was really intended for school-aged youth. So now for the good news, I guess. These are the three purpose areas in order of sort of priority. Housing and homelessness rose to the top both through the stakeholder work group and the provider survey. It also aligns with the CCLMB's recent community survey response and with the Circle of Caring Executive Committee's recent strategic planning process. Behavioral health responses came in as number 2, and with the stakeholder work group and the survey, and again aligns with recent community surveys, which include a need for increased access to treatment and supportive services, such as adding additional clinicians and providers and expanding same-day and next-day services. And then number 3, youth and after-school services and programs. This was supported through the provider survey and needs assessments, and we see a highlighted need for activities for youth that are not sports-related, that are free, that are inclusive, and that emphasize serving low-income households and households that are just above the cutoff for some assistance with some after-school services.
Are there any questions about the purpose areas?
I did. Can you just go over them real quick? Because that's important. I was trying to write them down. Just tell me real quick again what the housing and homeless would be in the number 1 and 2.
Okay, number 1 is housing and homelessness. Number 2 is...
No, I know what that, but what would be an example of something you would do with that? You mentioned a couple things.
Sure. So with the RFP, we will be looking for creative, innovative, thoughtful programming that complement what we already have going on in the community. We are not looking to simply duplicate existing homeless services. So we really would leave it up to the service providers. I mean, we really haven't... we haven't written the RFP yet.
Right.
I'm just trying to find out, and within these 3 categories, how is it going to address the issue that we're talking about, which is cannabis use and whatever? And what's the purpose, of this, that makes that connection?
There's no tie to the use of cannabis.
Not at all.
No.
So in these programs, none of these purpose areas are going to tie to use or talk about use of cannabis?
No.
No. This is intended to support low-income households who have been disproportionately impacted by previous cannabis laws. So it really isn't the prevention. Like, the health department is really sort of the go-to in terms of prevention and cannabis use and education. This is really meant to put services into the community for low-income households.
Only I suggest when you put the RFP out for that, it'd be nice to know what the purpose is, so they clearly know what we're looking for within these 3. These are the purpose areas, but it'd be nice to know within those purpose areas, what is the purpose of what we're looking for them to do. You say complement what they're already doing. I don't know what's in there. You don't have to answer it now, but you know what I'm saying? What is it we're doing now, and how is this going to complement it, and how in the spirit of whether it's even just addictive behaviors. It could be talking about addictive behaviors, which could be or addictive things you do. It could be not just cannabis. It could be alcohol or gambling or whatever. Just something that would make some kind of a tie-in to this. That I'm not sure, but it just seems like it'd be nice to not just put it into another program, but say what do we expect to be within that program. And I think just something like with addictive behavior. I guess we have lots of addictive behaviors, whether it's eating chocolate or, you know what I'm saying? Something that is more purposeful and more specific would be nice if we're using it for that.
I have to ask the question, though. We're talking about the purposes, and as somebody that grew up in the 80s when the DARE program was around, I'm a little fascinated that we can't come up with a general countywide reason for education. That seems a little strange to me, first and foremost. And then secondly, it's used by adults. And I have to bring that fact up because, you know, we're looking at public use, be it recreational or even medical, by adults. And I understand that kids, in some cases, have gotten a hold of the edibles and other things, but it's not being sold to them. So I have to wonder, should we not be educating both the youth for not using it underage, which we would do whether it's alcohol or any other product they're not supposed to be using at this point? But then what about our adults in the community? I think, you know, we go back 15, 20 years, maybe a little further, and there were certain drugs used in not just this county, but nationally, that kind of got ignored or maybe not given the focus they should have. And out of that, we've surged significant addiction issues over the years. So I have to question why we're not also including that. Because to me, when you're talking $2 million, I think there is availability of some of that funds that could be utilized for that.
And I think we have to just go back to the purpose areas that the state has mandated for this money. There is money going to the health department for prevention work. They get a grant every year under the cannabis revenue. That's one of the ways cannabis revenue.
And I understand that, but I guess here's the question, and I think everybody in this room's probably at least thought this, and I'm not trying to say this to sound flippant, but I don't know any other way to put it this morning. It's kind of odd. That's the best way I can put it, if not just bizarre. We have a product, whatever you want to call it, that's available for public consumption recreationally. The state receives money for that via taxes. That money is then distributed to all the different entities, the counties and so forth, to get that. But then we have a health department, and I'm not criticizing the health department. They're doing their job. I'm just saying when you look at it and you step back, it's a little odd. It seems counterintuitive. You have a health department that tells people don't do cannabis, but yet we're generating funds via cannabis. And then whether it's the health department telling you not to do it, we're funding them, state's funding them. It's interesting to me. And I realize it's a divisive topic. I'm not trying to get into politics, and I appreciate the various people that have called in and also spoke here this morning. But if the health department is funded the way the health department is funded.
God bless you.
Bless you. How best to utilize this funding, to me, in the bigger grand scheme of the community? Because, you know, we're looking at, you know, the 21157 area. We're talking about displaced individuals, people that have been affected by cannabis and other drug use in the past. I would think education would be a huge piece of that. I mean, that's what we tell kids since day one is education, education, education on any topic. I mean, I think behavioral health is important. I think to Commissioner Krebs' point, you know, we need more detail as to how it's going to be utilized, be it housing and homelessness. And I understand this hasn't gone out yet.
Correct.
But to me, when you did, 130 surveys on this? Or
That
you
was
said there was
the one survey response that we
Okay.
got from providers.
But then did we also include the written, or not the written, but the spoken testimony of everybody that was here that day? Because I know we had Care Healing Center, CCYSB. I mean, we're dealing with a
Sure,
very...
and I think they would fall, they would
They would be under
responding to
behavioral health.
behavioral
Yes,
health.
I agree. But I think the challenge is we're dealing with a significant amount of money. And you mentioned this, I think the last time you were in, we had the hearing. This money has to be used for this solely. It cannot be supplanted. We all understand it can't be utilized for the things in the budget. But we're looking at a $2 million right now. It's $1,350,000 on top of that based off your projections. At 6%, that's $201,000 over the next 6 years. What's the length of time in which we can hold those funds and slowly maneuver those out? Because when I asked you last, and I don't know if you have all the information, I know you had said it didn't have to be utilized within a 12-month window. So can we sit on $1 million for 4 years? Is there any, what is the time frame on that?
There isn't a time frame to spend it, but we can only spend it for this.
No, I understand that, but that's not, I'm not looking to supplant money or anything. I'm not
No, no.
suggesting that.
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting, though, is that the five of us, we talk about funding, and I'm not talking about supplanting funding, but we're talking about $201,000 proposed in interest at 6%. If you want to take it down to 3, it's $100,000 over 6 years just on that additional funding each year. That is a lot of money that can do a lot of good in the community. My concern, just even getting this far into this presentation, is very simply this. I think the five of us need to take serious time to look at this. I mean, just as Commissioner Krebs is looking at planning and zoning, I think the people, we owe it to the people to really us sit down and not just go along with any plan. I'm more than happy to let them finish the proposal, but I would like to bring some other comments up after they finish.
And just to clarify, the interest has to stay within the fund as well.
I understand that, and that's my point. We have the opportunity, and I hate, you'll hear elected call it all the time, free money. Well, it's not free. Somebody paid for it. The interest, however, would be generated funding. It's actual real revenue. So to me, there's a great opportunity here for us to maximize every dollar. And I think, as all of us, I believe are fiscal conservatives, we should look to maximize every dollar. And that's my point.
And I think in the next couple of slides, you're talking about the request for a proposal. I haven't looked at this yet, and the guidelines for the rest. I think that's where we should be. I haven't read them because I don't have my glasses on. But I think in that request for proposal guidelines is where we should be a little more specific, and you're getting there. So I think you're right on track, and we'll see what they say.
Okay.
And if we don't want to add some things or take some more time to think about it, but I think
Absolutely.
the more specific we are what we're looking for in these guidelines as it goes out, then when we get them back, it'll have in what we're looking, the kinds of things we're looking to spend on, not just the area, but the actual guidelines of what the purpose is.
And I would agree.
All right, so our thought would be to have 2 tiers of funding. I believe we've talked about this prior. The first one would be up to 3 years that would allow nonprofits time to build capacity and begin to create change. We would award 1 award per purpose area with a maximum of award of $125,000 per year. So the total funding required would be $1,125,000 for that first 3 years. Tier 2, this would provide awards of up to $25,000 for smaller entities working to build capacity that perhaps have an unmet need, such as equipment, supplies, or staff training, something to really allow them to elevate the work that they're currently doing. And we would issue 1 award per purpose area. So we would release $75,000 that year. But what we would do with Tier 2 is each year we would release another round of 3 awards of $25,000. So the initial investment for year 1 would be $1,200,000. Some of the guidelines that we have begun to develop is that we are seeking innovative, thoughtful programming based on research and evidence-based frameworks and supported by local community data. Thinking about what other counties and states are doing, using our local data to support what might work here, what local resources are we not tapping into. We always tout ourselves as collaborative, but making sure that we're really taking a countywide approach and looking at all the partners that we might need at the table. The submissions would have to identify gaps in services and work collaboratively with community partners. We're not looking to duplicate existing services. And we want them to be able to demonstrate through data that they know where those gaps in services are. Have a physical presence in Carroll, be a nonprofit, and have experience providing services that impact low-income residents. And directing funds to nonprofits follows the existing county model of partnering with nonprofits to provide services such as homelessness and behavioral health services. And that they have a demonstrated capacity to implement and collect outcome-based performance measure data so that we know that what they're doing works. They can demonstrate to us that what they propose to do, they're actually achieving those results, looking at what frameworks they might have in place for data collection, especially performance-based data collection. Tier 2 is a little simpler. We would look at if an organization isn't quite ready to apply for Tier 1, Tier 2 might be a good fit for them. They can then begin to build capacity. So in the next release of Tier 1, they would be ready to apply. Again, they may be looking for funds to build capacity, provide staff training, purchase critical equipment, maybe implement some data collection frameworks. They have to address one of the purpose areas. And again, as we said, they would be able to apply, we would have $75,000 available each year. And then if Tier 1 applicants would not be eligible to apply for Tier 2. So, shifting gears just a little bit, this is just a map of Carroll County provided to us by our wonderful people in the planning office, our GIS staff. This is showing where in the county people are above the median area income and where they are below. So it is simply an above and below. It is not anything other than that, but we just wanted to give you a representation showing that there really are areas across the entire county where there are people definitely concentrated areas of people that are making below the area median income, which, as you can see, is $115,876 in Carroll County. And then we talked about this a little bit, but this is just our projection. Just to walk through this, we currently have $2 million in revenue. We would be looking at an additional $225,000 coming in fiscal year '27. We've yet to receive our first distribution. I will say, though, from July through September, we have not received that distribution yet, but estimating we would get $225,000 in revenue this year. We would spend $1.2 million between the two RFPs, giving us a balance of $1,025,000 to carry over. And then, again, adding another $225,000 in fiscal year '28, spending $75,000, so that you can see all the way out through fiscal year '32, we continue to have money in this fund available. That gives us flexibility if quarterly distributions should drastically change one way or the other. It would give us the ability to either reduce or increase potential RFP awards. So this is just, one way to project and sort of protect the money so that we aren't spending all of the money right away and sort of spending it all and then starting over. We are continuing to carry money forward. And then finally, a timeline that we've looked at would be a release of an RFP in January, allowing vendors 2 months, about 8 weeks, to submit a proposal. We would, in March, review those proposals, and then we would review and score proposals, come back to the board in April of 2026 with an intent to award and seeking concurrence, and then anticipating services beginning July 2026, which is fiscal year '27. So I know you said you may have some questions, so we are more than happy to do our best to answer those.
Your last comment, so, you obviously know what the public said they want and what the five of us are saying should be the focus, but we will get to review and vote on the awards.
Yes.
Once you get through the process.
Absolutely. Like every contract that's issued, purchasing brings them forward for concurrence. So we would certainly follow that same process. And we'd have a committee of members that have no conflict of interest to make sure that we are, being objective when we rank and score the proposals.
And our thought, and again, we haven't solidified a lot of this because we needed direction from the board, but is to have a committee for each purpose area so that, we have a cross-representation from the community that knows that need, and they would be ranking those proposals. Corey and I would probably be part of those, but we aren't going to be the only ones on those committees.
And this obviously has a lot of focus on it. But, and Commissioner Gordon, you're right, every penny is a lot of money, and this is a lot of money, but you guys do a lot of grant work, you do a lot of other stuff that's this much money and more. So I feel confident that you've picked the right categories, because you're restricted, but we get input throughout the process, and that, without that, I wouldn't feel as comfortable, but not that I don't trust you, but we get input.
Trust and verify, right?
Right.
So yes, we would bring, and the intent is it would be like any other procurement. We would show you, I mean, some counties that have released this money have gotten like 5 times the request that they had money. So I'm imagining that we'll get a lot of requests. There's a lot of uncertainty at the federal level. A lot of our nonprofits are federally funded, and that money is very uncertain. If it goes away, we're not supplanting. And as Corey mentioned, the board funds through county dollars, nonprofit partners to do the work in these areas. So primarily homelessness is with a nonprofit, behavioral health services is through nonprofits, and the after-school programs that the board funds through Boys and Girls Clubs. So it fits that model that the board has generally followed. because we debated whether to continue, whether government agencies should be eligible. It wasn't the spirit of the money originally, and we think, given the amount of money, I know it looks like a lot of money, but as you lay it out, I mean, and we want some consistency. We want to give people more than 1 year of an award if they're doing operations, because once you get started, you get hired and then the grant ends. So we wanted to give a longer period of time to do the work and then have enough to do another round. Then it'll be 2033. I mean, I won't be here in 2023. I don't know. I can't do math in my head in front of the board, but anybody that would still be here for maybe a second term, then the decisions, would need to be reevaluated. And we could do that before the second round too. We could say, did we do what we wanted to do? Did we do what the board wanted us to do? And come back for permission before we released a second RFP. But just things that we've been thinking about, because we have, we
And
need
for
your.
services to begin with this money by July, you're going to be pretty aggressive.
We are. I know. I said to Corey, I said, if we need to like chip top do some things in December if we are going to move forward, because I do think we need to give people a couple of months to respond. And otherwise we can wait. There is no restriction on how long we can hold the money. We can wait another, I think it's nice to start it at the beginning of a fiscal year. Most people run on a fiscal year, even the nonprofit community. But if we have to, maybe we release it for next January or we release it for fiscal 28. But we've already been holding the money for 2 years.
So can I ask, I guess, what would be a foundational, maybe even existential question relating to this, and that is that we know that the state of Maryland is facing a $1.4 billion deficit at minimum for the budget that's coming up. What is the chance or the likelihood that the state, because the governor has said repeatedly at this point he's not going to raise taxes, what is the likelihood or the chance that the state uses some of this, claws back some of this money to attempt to balance its own budget? And by extension, if we have committed to using money from this, have agreed to appropriate it to specific vendors, as you've said, where does that leave us?
This is and I'm not a lawyer, so I need somebody that's a lawyer maybe to jump in this.
It's in statute.
It's in
They
statute.
can change the statute, but
The
I would.
statute would have to change. This is specific. The other streams of revenue that come into the county from cannabis sales, I think maybe they could claw those. I mean, I don't know what they would do with those, but this is the most restrictive stream of funding that you're getting from that source of tax revenue, and they would have to change statute, yeah.
And we affect, as you said, in a small way. There are counties that have already been collecting this and are spending it in a big way. Those people are going to push back more than we would. This is a blip. Some of these counties are collecting lots and lots of dollars. That was the agreement that was made.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So they're going to be more vocal than we are because it's a lot more at risk than.
They're getting a lot more revenue than we are. And Commissioner, we also have $2 million. So we have $2 million now. Yeah. Even if we got not another penny, and we're not committing more than that in the first 3 years in the plan that we have proposed.
And I ask that because obviously in the past with respect to certain decisions made by, and I'm certainly not going to include former Delegate Krebs in any of this, so please don't assume that. But decisions have been made in the past to balance the state budget using funds from Save the Bay Fund, from the Education Lockbox Fund, and that was how the wording was proposed back during the referendum when the whole gambling thing went through. There would be a lockbox for this funding. And the state went ahead and raided those funds anyways. And I know in some cases they have taken back money. And so that's why, from this perspective, I've got some concerns about that. And I have one other question, and Commissioner Krebs and Commissioner Gordon have both alluded to it as well. And when that comes down to education, and for me in particular, youth prevention. Now, I take the point that you'd said that the health department already receives funding for youth prevention. But so is there any capacity under any of these areas to provide funding for youth prevention?
Well, I think within that last category, youth after-school programming, I mean, that's the resiliency factor, that when Boys and Girls Club, speaks to you about the programming that they do, it's not prevention for maybe one particular thing, but risky behavior in general. That they build resiliency and other interests with kids so that they are not choosing to take part in risky behaviors. So I think and we did talk about this, Corey and I, about whether we should restrict all of it to youth programming, right? So that not just the after-school programming for youth, but behavioral health services for youth and homeless services for youth. The homeless data, shows an increase in older adults that are homeless. So actually our youth homeless numbers have declined a little bit. But we did talk about that. Should all of this money go to kids and building resiliency and building, a solid foundation so that when they launch their lives, they're not looking to engage in risky behavior. So, we did discuss that and that could be a way to address that. Yeah.
I guess my question, and I don't think anybody in this room is going to be capable of answering this today, but to your point about youth, we know youth can be subjected to a lot of different things as they grow older, but, there was this mindset, I guess is the word I'll use, that when cannabis was legalized, we were going to see this significant uptick of the general population using it. Now, I'm not suggesting there hasn't been more people that have access recreational that are using it, but I have to just ask the question, doesn't it make sense that we would want to utilize some of the funding for adults as well? Because to me, if you're an adult and you've never used cannabis, wouldn't we want to educate you on the reasons either A, not to, or what the actual background education is? Because if we're just going to educate our youth, we're leaving out this group. And I think, if you spend enough time looking at, how do I put this gently, certain percentage of certain generations that have become affected by certain other drugs, and I'm not talking cannabis, but harder drugs, they didn't have, in some cases, that education. So I question, I don't think using it just for youth would be a wise decision on any front, be it for behavioral health, homelessness, or after-school programs. I still think there needs to be an adult component in this as well.
And we didn't, and that's one reason we didn't restrict it to that. But I will say, though, that we are in dialogue with the state, that the office that is administering this program, and at the end of the day, we will be audited by the state and we'll need to report to the state. So we can't go outside a purpose area that's listed.
And I'm not suggesting we do that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's not defined that it has to be strictly youth. So if it doesn't have to strictly be youth, why can't it be utilized? Because right now we're talking behavioral health crisis response. That's not
no, you're right. No, those services.
I'm never suggesting we go outside of the regulations of anything. That's not what I'm getting at.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to answer the
I
unanswerable
appreciate
question.
that.
I was like, challenge accepted.
I'm not challenging you for anything on a Thursday morning. You know more about grants than I ever will.
And the only place that really, I guess, could go in is workplace, job training and workforce development. And that's a possible area where this could be controlled. The thing that's complicated about this whole issue, and you talked about being federally illegal, it still affects people in the workplace, even getting a job, because federally it's still illegal. And there's people that, they ask the question. So you want people to be aware of that. Now, we do have a messed up situation here where you say, you're ignoring it on one hand, the feds, the state says, I think 36 states now say you can do it. So, but there are still jobs that are tied to it, and I think they've weakened it on some of the law enforcement, whatever, if you've done it like years ago. But it's still something that could get you fired from a job. And I think the education on it is important, because I don't even, we wrote the rules and passed them. I still don't even understand it all, like who does what, because it's so convoluted that we have this illegal issue. But you're going to say something?
Well, just there's only one of these three recommended purpose areas that are specifically focused on youth. Homelessness and housing and behavioral health resources go to all age people. So what maybe is the way to split this baby is to ask in the RFP to have them not only talk about a transportation element, but also an educational element with their program.
And that's what I was going to ask you on these, the purpose areas I think are good. I think they could include adults in the first two. Obviously, and there are adults that probably need some education on it. But on the request for proposal on the different tiers, build capacity and affect change. I guess what I'm trying to figure out, what kind of change, what are we looking for them with this money to actually be doing? Educate them on which, is it just in general what they're doing now? Are we going to talk about addictive behaviors? Are we going to talk about some of the challenges, I mean, of cannabis use, possibly with getting a job if it's in the workforce part. So how are these people writing these grants going to know what affecting change means? What are we looking for? And I look at the second one about elevating current work, meeting unmet needs as equipment or supplies. I'm not sure what that would really look like, but I think they need some direction. And we talk about outcome-based. What outcome, performance measure data are we looking for? You know what I'm saying? How do we target it and draw it in just a little bit to make sure that we're hitting some of these areas? Because it is a confusing time. I mean, there's people that use it for medical use for many different reasons. That works, of course, is still not. You still can't prescribe it a doctor. That's why doctors in the hospital, doctors that practice don't even mention it. And that's why some doctors have gone out of the systems because the feds don't want the doctors, prescribing. It's a complicated time. But I just think maybe the purposes of the three areas, it'd be nice for them to know what we're maybe looking for. If it's a competitive grant, you're going to have lots of things coming in. Then what are you going to look for?
I think we would ask them to, like, so if they're going to address homelessness, what are they going to reduce homelessness? Are they going to bring families back together? Are they going to help people that are experiencing homelessness get a job? What are their metrics? They need to tell us, and then they need to tell us how they can measure those, and then they need to demonstrate that they met those measures. So, I mean, when we talk about, it's not just we served 500 people. Okay, what happened to those 500 people? Are they better off because they took advantage of your services? That's, I think, what we were kind of trying to address.
What I'm just trying to say is, to me, some of that regarding addictive behavior, and it goes into lots of things. We don't have to talk about cannabis because people drink alcohol, people smoke cigarettes. What is the addictive behavior? What does that mean to you? How do you replace that addictive behavior with a positive addictive behavior, like walking or running, or what I'm saying? There's ways to sort of focus it more on that part of the homelessness. Obviously, that's a good reason why a lot of people are homeless, because of some of their addictive behaviors, whatever they may be.
And we would be looking for them to demonstrate partnerships. So if they're serving people experiencing homelessness that have a substance use disorder, then specifically cannabis, perhaps then they are connecting with a provider that can assist them. So we're really looking for comprehensive services that tap into the resources that we have here locally.
And then we're going to get the grants, and then we're going to approve them. But you're going to go through them, and we'll approve them. I hate for them to get to here, and I'll say, oh, we don't like this. If we have more of direction to begin with, you know what I'm saying? Once they come here, it's like already written. They've already been, and they'll say, well, gosh, why didn't we know that you'd rather know this than that? So the more we can, I guess, express what we're trying to look for. It is not a huge amount of money. I'd say, do we take the money or not? If we don't take the money, they're going to give it to the guy down the street. It's going to do the same thing. So if we can even a little bit affect some of these things in the positive way, I say why not? Because it's going to be used one way or another. And it's just the same with the alcohol money, restitution fund, cigarette restitution fund, alcohol tax. I mean, I know they're legal, but we might as well use it. So I just think the more idea that they have what we'd like to see and a good proposal that you would score them on, then by the time it gets to us, we know what it is, what's the goal here.
And we should have a much better idea once we write the RFP. Again, we've put this on pause, waiting for this time so that we can come back to the board. And now we can, if we can move forward, we will start looking at that. What questions are we going to ask? How are we going to score it? And we'll pull in our partners that aren't going to be able to apply for the money and ask them. We'll do it collaboratively to write this RFP. We want to make it. We also, Corey and I respond to RFPs that are incredibly complicated, and we don't want it to be that, right? We don't want it to be so hard to respond to. We did want to try to make it accessible to a smaller nonprofit that doesn't have a ton of grant writing experience and, to come in and do some of this work with the money.
And the other counties, a lot of them have already done this and got the money out the door. It might be helpful to ask them the kinds of programs that they were looking at with way more dollars and see if any of them fit the target that I think we are looking for here, something outside the box.
We want them to we want it based on gaps. Like, we want them to demonstrate to us that they understand our community, they know what the gaps are, they have partnerships, not just, I call them love letters, letters of support. No, tell us how you're going to partner with community members, community agencies to do this work? Are they going to make referrals? Are you going to be able to send them over for workforce training? Will they be, able to tap into some of the housing stability programs that are already existing? So we want to see that. We'll want to see that. We thought big picture about what we'd like to see, but we haven't put it down on paper yet to get the particulars.
And it's not a huge amount of money for some of these small nonprofits.
It's not, but for
a little one, it's big. But in the scheme of things, it's not a huge amount.
It's
of
not a
dollars.
lot of money, no. 125,000 for government, would barely hire a person. I don't even think it would hire a person like for us, right? It's not enough to cover salary and benefits, so it's not a lot of money.
Now, if we were to move forward with one of these two-tier proposals, would these be the only availability in which we would be able to release this type of funding under the RFP, or could we add additional modifications or categories within those? Like you have for here, you have tier 2, it's 25,000. Let's say we wanted to give some other nonprofits some funding, but maybe it wasn't 25. Are we be able to open that up, or is that locked in at those two? Up to.
So we could, and I think what we could do is if we, depending on the proposals that we got, I anticipate that we'll get far more proposals than we can fund. And we're going to score them based on merit. And then, but if we didn't give all the money away, let's say we didn't get enough proposals, could we release another round? Sure, especially of the smaller tier 2.
Yeah, like they wouldn't have to apply for 25,000. That would just be the maximum. And so potentially we,
would have some funding.
Now, would that allocated only at those number of awards, like we note under tier 1, it's, 3 awards per year? Would that be what we would be locking in at?
Three awards in total, one for each purpose area for 3 years.
For
So
3
the
years.
nonprofit would have money, 125,000, up to 125,000 a year they could request, and it would be a 3-year award. Now, I will say too, we will monitor performance. So if after year 1, we do not feel like they have met any of the metrics, that funding will be dependent on a renewal on an annual basis. But the intent will be to award for 3 years with that review of performance.
One of the things I've always wondered about with Mr. Stansberry, we said he worked down with challenging population down in Baltimore. Sometimes going back to those very people that have been challenged and to say, hey, what would have helped you? And sometimes it's a mentorship. That's their family is full of addiction. Sometimes it's not. But and maybe they needed a mentor, someone that they could see a different path out. And I always try to, I have not been in this situation, so I don't really know. I can't experience what they did. I had a stable family and all that kind of stuff, but not everybody has that. So if you go back to almost some of the folks, that's why I talk to Tim Weber a lot. He's one person, but everybody has their story, and knowing what maybe could have impacted them. Many mentorship programs do that to give them some, but that's what I'm talking about outside the box. That is, that we aren't maybe necessarily doing, and it might be several things, but what of those things would help these folks not get to the point where they're in that situation.
Yeah, and I think that was our intention behind, looking for interesting, creative, thoughtful proposals that don't just do more of the same, but sort of expand or take something in a different direction. There are other models, there are other ways of doing things, and really looking.
Very quickly, one thing that was very impactful to someone I know is just our prison ministries in the jail. Literally turn someone around like that was totally addicted. Not like that, wasn't, but it was a total change just by having someone say something to them, and that particular ministry, I'm assuming it's still going on, is a phenomenal thing once they're already incarcerated, but definitely has made differences.
And I will note that on the Circle of Caring Homelessness Board, there is a subcommittee of persons with lived experience. So we do have that voice in that. And then the local management board, so any services for youth and families, they've got 2 young men that come to that meeting now, and they've added 2 student representatives from Carroll County Public Schools. They're voting members. Unlike Corey and I, we can't vote on any of these, but they have voting members of those boards now that have lived experience. So with that, I hope that we will incorporate some of that into this. And perhaps we ask them to help us score. You know, we still haven't, again, we have to form those committees and find people that will help us review the applications. And that might be a really great way to bring that voice into it.
We're going to be bringing more volume in on, there's another, I have to say this, there's another cannabis facility going right across from Liberty High School. And unfortunately, or let's say fortunately or unfortunately, the parking is so bad there, they might not be able to get there to participate because there's not enough parking. And hopefully it won't put the other people out of business that are in the same shopping center. But we're going to have one in front of Century and one in front of Liberty.
Yeah, I
But
mean, and in no way
we will
are
be bringing in more
advocating
revenue.
one way or the other. This money has come to the county and came to the grants office to manage, and we're trying to give you a path forward to do that, to distribute the money.
Thank you.
In the community.
So if we were to approve this, these would be the only paths we'd be approving. There'd be no other advantage for us to add any additional modifications or changes?
Oh, no, I mean, at this point, this is what we would work on, is two RFPs, one for the tier 1, one for the tier 2. But does that mean that we couldn't change it? I think, you know, after we release the RFP and made awards, I wouldn't want to see us change it midstream on anybody. And, you know, if revenue increases, revenue has been steadily declining, the tax revenue that we're getting in. And while the state raised the overall tax on adult use cannabis, they decrease the amount that we're going to get to this fund. So we're not gaining anything by that. I think I've lost my train of thought now. But in any case, we could make, especially maybe for the next round, that next 3-year round, or if we didn't get enough proposals, or the proposals that came to the board were not we didn't have any that we could recommend. We could certainly pivot.
I think a time that you hopefully won't need to, but may want to change is the quality and the number of proposals you get. That'll tell you.
Mm-hmm. I
And
think
I've
there's
gotta
probably
think-
enough
and
need.
I understand us wanting to add stuff, but I think you're going to get some diverse proposals and hopefully use this criteria to decide who gets it. And I think you're going to run out of money now.
I know.
Anne Arundel County got $32 million worth of proposals, and they awarded 1.7. So that gives you an idea, you know.
Of maybe the magnitude of what we'll be looking
Yeah.
at.
I mean, they have more money to award than we do, but they received $32 million worth of proposals.
If the more specific you are, the more it's going to narrow it down. So you're not going to get.
Well, and that was what, you know, with the purpose, I think that we needed to narrow
Yeah.
the purpose areas. We didn't want to have 9 committees on, you know, we wanted to narrow it to that the community pushed forward. And there was support, you know, there was at least one voice, except for incarceration, for probably each purpose area, but what were the majority of the voices saying? And that's really where we went.
Well, go ahead.
I
No,
mean-
I just,
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is going to help advance the decision or the discussion at all, but, I can understand where the argument about refusing the money, sending it back, that is a very principled approach. And if we had a lot of flexibility with the money, if we had more flexibility to do whatever we wanted to with it as a board, that may be, you could make an argument that more people might be willing to understand why we would keep it. Case in point, if we could take the money and use it for, enforcement and prevention, turn every cent of it to ensure that things aren't being sold to people who are under 21. And I'm not really referring as much to the registered dispensaries, but I'm talking about, for instance, all the vape shops, which seem to be popping up on every single corner. And I know anecdotally that's underage kids buy things there. They get it all the time. Just like they find, liquor stores that sell them alcohol under 21. So if we could do that, I think more people would understand maybe taking it, but we can't do that. That's in the law. So we're left with some tougher choices. Sitting up here, that's what you signed up for. You got to make tough decisions and tough choices sometimes. I personally, I'm just not sure I'm ready to make a decision. That's where I stand on it, because unfortunately, again, we just have very little flexibility, and we can't say it enough, and it's not hyperbole, but we don't have a lot of money to play with in Carroll County. If we can take money and put it towards things that we feel make a difference, that's what you have to do. We had a discussion earlier in the open session about, we've got millions of dollars left over in unassigned fund balance. That could be gone just like that. In fact, last year it almost was. It almost was all gone last year because of Blueprint. So you just never know what's going to happen. So when you get money and you can do good things with it, you really have to give it a lot of thought and understand that there might be a benefit there. So I don't know which way direction the board's going right now. I understand even if we forward this on, there's still room and time to make adjustments. I mean, that's what the RFP is all about. Obviously, I work in that realm in my other life, and it's all about what's in the RFP. And if you make it too specific, you don't get anything back. But if you make it too general, then you run the risk, obviously, of maybe not getting what you want. So it's a tough balance. I mean, RFPs are tough, and they're tough to respond to as well. People will be burning the midnight oil to get those things in time, So maybe this merits and warrants further discussion amongst the board. If that was the consensus, I certainly would go along with it, but I'll leave it up to my other 4 colleagues to decide how we're going to proceed.
First and foremost, I appreciate all the hard work of you all and grants. I mean, I realize this isn't by any means a significant grant compared to what you all work on typically. I mean, this is a lot of money to the public. It's a lot of money to us, but clearly it's not anywhere near the level of what you've handled, be it during COVID or any of the other times. To Commissioner Guerin's point, I mean, it is a divisive topic. I mean, I appreciate the folks coming in today and making themselves heard. I appreciate that. Whether any of us agree or disagree, I mean, that's the wonderful thing we have as the society and the country we live in. We have that ability to have those conversations respectfully, and I appreciate that. For me personally, I'd rather take a little more time. I'm not looking to take an excessive amount. I know we've got next week off with Thanksgiving. I'd like to bring this back up the following Thursday and just give us a little more time as a board to give it some thought. I think you all have done a tremendous job with it. I just would like to have a little more time to wrap my head around it and see if there's some other things, looking at just the raw numbers. Maybe there's some ways we want to look at it a little more efficiently or effectively. And that's not taking away from anything the grants office does. You all do wonderful, fantastic work.
So I'm actually inclined to agree with that. I don't think it's a secret from anybody, based on the discussions we've had over the last couple of years, that, I mean, obviously when it came up for referendum, I voted against legalization. I don't deny that there is a dangerous side to marijuana use, and it's borne out by the medical literature. I voted against receiving these funds to begin with because I had questions about I could even call it the dubious origins of them, right? But I understand that it is legal in this state according to the vote, and I understand that the money is here based on a vote of the majority of this board. And as Commissioner Guerin and Commissioner Gordon have both pointed out, the money is here and what to do with it. My concern remains the same, that there's maybe not enough emphasis on education and in particular on youth prevention. I certainly take the point. I would not be opposed to taking another week or two to consider this further, because again, given the controversy around this and given the concerns around it, I really cannot emphasize youth prevention enough from my perspective. I mean, I think it was Commissioner Gordon who brought up the DARE program, right? I mean, I went through that myself as a kid, and I just can't imagine that there isn't some way that we can further supplement the health department or supplement a nonprofit or a group or an entity or an organization or something that could take to education, and in particular within that realm of education also take to youth prevention. So I'm totally okay with taking a little more time to look at this, and that's where I am.
And I've been dealing with this for about 15 years, first in the legislature where the brainchild came up about medical marijuana at first, and we listened for many, many years about it and had hundreds of people come in and say how they have relieved from different things because of the medical use of marijuana. And but it's still federally illegal. So I talked about this a few weeks ago. I believe there's a medical use for marijuana. I think it's less addictive than some other things that people take, like opiates and many other things. I think everyone sort of agrees with that. And we went in that direction. You still could smoke it. I'm not sure why you have to smoke something that you have to for medical use, but it was very pure. You bought it at a place. It was done in a a way that just like medicines are created anywhere else, and I've been to several of them to see them, it's a manufacturer that's everything you get is pure and clean. Then we went from that, and doctors still can't prescribe that because it's federally illegal. A regular doctor that works for a big hospital, not allowed to prescribe or talk about that because it's not legal. So you can't really get a good, what do I take? It's getting, I guess it's getting more sophisticated, but you have to go somewhere else to get that information. So then we went to the recreational use. I just look at the harms of drug addiction, and I know that alcohol use has gone down tremendously with our youth population. I would hope that it's because they saw that it was problematic versus that they're switching to another behavior. I don't know, but it's gone down dramatically in our kids' generation, which is that's a good thing. But we're where we are, and I say we. It wasn't just me in the legislature that questioned the hypocrisy of cigarettes are bad, but marijuana smoking is good, and you could smoke it in a car with kids, but you can't smoke cigarettes in a car. That stuff, the hypocrisy of it, sometimes we spent hours on the floor debating these issues that seem sensical to many of us and nonsensical to others. And we didn't win those battles, but they took it to referendum. I mean, we have the referendum, we have the facilities coming here that we have to put certain places, whether we like them or not. And there's also the medicinal use that some people will tell you has changed their lives for certain things. So we're where we are. We got the money coming in. It's our county's money. We want to spend it wisely. I think the feeling of most people in Carroll County is somewhat similar. The addictive behaviors of many sorts are bad. They ruin people's lives. They ruin their families. They ruin their jobs. So that's what we're trying to get to. And whether it's alcohol of our day or our parents' day or marijuana of this day, that to me is just something it's changed what it is. So I just want to be specific about it. I know there's certain people, it changes people's lives when they get counseling and put it in perspective, and that's what I'd like to see somehow come out of this. But we really have no control over it, and I have a problem with putting it off a little bit because we're not going to have an answer. Everybody's got different opinions on it, but this has been debated for so long, and it's just very diverse opinions on it, and it depends on who you talk to. But I think some of us realize there's certain things that are negative to the folks that end up in prison and end up homeless that have been caused by some of these things. Or if you have mental health issues, it certainly does not help them. So I support taking more time to think about it. The more these folks know what we're looking for, the more they'll know what to put in it versus saying, oh, when we grade it, we'll decide. Because you want to tailor your proposal to what we think we're trying to get out of it. And you might talk to some of the folks, and even Commissioner Gordon, that have already done this last year, like the other counties, and see what kind of things they're putting it into that we might think, hey, that's a good idea, and then we'd have some more ideas of the kinds of things that are already coming up from these other counties that started last year, whenever it started. 'Cause I know we're a year or two behind.
We've reviewed that as well.
Okay, and that might give us some more specific ideas. This is a grant that came in here. Hey, if somebody wants to look at it more specifically, but I don't mind delaying it either. We've delayed it now this long.
So, thank you for what you've done, and my biggest concern is we need to decide something sooner rather than later, and I don't think we're going to find the perfect solution. And I understand with the adults, but, and the health department will probably confirm this, use in high schools are up since this was legalized recreational, and my concern is we need to get doing after-school education as soon as possible, because I think it's a tragedy. And so we're saying on the agenda in 2 weeks?
December 4th. Do we need a motion for that, or we just move it? Everybody okay with it? So we'll move it to December 4th for follow-up discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the operational stability reserve policies to be brought to the December 4th meeting for approval. No, I move that we bring back the operational stability.
That was the last agenda item.
You're right. It is
No,
right. I turned the page. I turned the
Yeah,
page
all
backwards.
we need to do is say we're not
Put it on the
voting on
agenda on
anything.
December
and it
4th.
needs
Got
to
it.
go.
December 4th meeting, got it.
Don't need it.
Okay.
And we all agree, does everyone agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Only need one, Commissioner.
I'm reading the wrong thing, you're right.
Local Workforce Impact Fund.
Hello again, Denise.
Good
Morning again.
Good morning.
Denise Beaver, Director of Economic Development. I'm here with Heather Powell, Carroll County Workforce Development Center Manager, and Stan Whiteman, who's our Operations and Resource Manager at the Carroll County Workforce Development Center. Seems like funding is a hot topic today, and the Carroll County Workforce Development Board faces a critical need for new funding sources to expand workforce training and upskilling opportunities. And as you know, we provide services for businesses and citizens, and workforce development is a critical issue with regard to economic development, which is a priority for the board. So recently, we've had some reductions in the U.S. Department of Labor funding, coupled with the ending of the ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan Act funding allocations. And so those reductions have significantly limited our available resources to support job seekers and businesses in Carroll County. While this is significant grant opportunity for us to apply for that Heather's going to be talking about today, it's not guaranteed. And I also want to emphasize the need for ongoing local, what we call foundational funding to support workforce development. And we have been before you for some of those other requests through staffing funding, as well as through the ongoing budget requests for workforce development. So that is still a request and a definite need that we have. And when we get these grant funds to support workforce development, we always leverage them in any way that we can to not use local funding. So use grant funds first and then, rely on the local funding. And we have just found that we're really getting at a critical stage where that is making a significant impact on what we're able to do with regard to staffing and resources at the Workforce Development Center. So I want to turn it over to Heather, and she can explain the grant opportunities that we have here. And so, today we're asking for your approval to apply for these grants and then accept them if we're awarded. Heather?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. So to address this funding gap, Workforce Development is exploring new opportunities through Department of Labor's Local Impact Fund, which we just found out about. They put that out. And also Roads to Careers Initiative. These state-funded grants are designed to support local innovation in workforce development, promote employer engagement, and enhance access to training and career pathways aligned with Maryland's economic priorities. Securing these grants will enable CCWD to continue providing vital training, work-based learning, and industry-recognized credential programs that meet the needs of both job seekers and employers. Carroll County Workforce Development would be awarded $150,000 through the Local Workforce Impact Fund, but there's a second piece of that where we would compete for another $270,000 award amongst the other 9 small workforce boards. We are also looking at a Roads to Career grant that is due in January for $500,000. And the potential awards from all these is significant to our agency. Would we be awarded all 3 of these, it would be $925,000 over a 2- and 3-year period of which we use those grants. There is no local match required. Sustained financial investment is essential to ensure our county's workforce remains competitive and that residents have access to equitable, high-quality opportunities for career advancement. So just to bring this back around, the history of our workforce board, we were combined with Howard County as Mid-Maryland. When we separated, the counties had MOUs of understanding where that money that came into that workforce board was split 50-50. Upon accepting Carroll as an independent workforce board, the funds were reallocated. So we had a decrease in our funding from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds. And each year since then, because we have a low unemployment rate in Carroll, our funds have gone down. That's the backbone of the foundation of the services we provide. So we look to other granting sources that continue to give us opportunity to do workforce training.
I move the Board of Carroll County Commissioners approve the pursuit of grant funding through the Maryland Department of Labor's Local Workforce Impact Fund and Roads to Careers Initiatives and accept the award funding.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, approval to submit and accept an award for local government energy modernization. Morning.
Morning, Commissioners.
everyone.
My name is Brian Bokey, Director of Public Works. We are here for approval to submit application and acceptance of award for a local government energy modernization, LGEM for short. So the Maryland Energy Administration announced this opportunity earlier this year. It's a program that provides funding to support energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements for local government facilities. The area we're specifically looking at is Area of Interest 1, which offers funding to counties for planning and implementation of energy-efficient projects to reduce building costs and greenhouse gas emissions. The Division of Facilities is applying for this funding for building envelope and weatherization improvements for the Carroll County Workforce Development and the Courthouse Annex. These projects are consistent with the priorities outlined in the county's CIP and will help reduce future maintenance costs. At this time, we'll be happy to answer any questions or go into details of the project,
Motion to approve the submission of the local government energy modernization grant application to MEA as well as accept these grant funds if awarded.
Second.
And what is the local match?
10%.
Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carroll County Code Chapter 50, Solid Waste Revisions.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Let's see where Chris has this hiding at. I'm not going to kick it off. I'll kick it off. Oh, good morning. Carroll County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 50, Solid Waste, outlines rules and procedures covering both county solid waste and recycling operations and waste collection companies that are doing business in the county, among other things. Included are topics such as hauler licensing and reporting, procedures to be followed at the county's landfill, and other waste and recycling related activities. Excuse me. Solid Waste Code has been in place since 1992 and was last revised in 2004. So today we're beginning the process of proposing some revisions, updates to Chapter 50, with a review of few key draft revisions presented for review. Again, a complete set of revisions were reviewed by the County Attorney's Office with edits made as applicable, and that process will continue. So this effort is really being driven by three reasons. First, we have an updated bulky waste definition to address, or that comes into place on January 1st, 2026. So it's a new waste category, and the current definition is very outdated for that. The second are revisions to address operational, policy, and regulatory changes that have occurred over time. Third reason is, and it really is an opportunity for just a general code outline and language housekeeping effort. Again, the last time this was revised was 2004, so there are quite a number of changes in there, or opportunities in there for improvement. So what I wanted to do today is really go over, again, 4 of the key items. If this goes forward, we would certainly come back with much more detailed effort on the other code changes that would be coming into place. So the first is the new bulky waste category. For the current budget was approved an $80 a ton tip fee for bulky waste, effective again January 1st. Current definition includes auto bodies, tree trunks and stumps, appliances, things that we just don't put in the landfill to begin with, and really only one item that we do. So again, it requires an update. So our proposed language would read, larger items of solid waste, and forgive me for being a little wordy here, but wanted to cover it all. Larger items of solid waste, which because of their size or weight require handling other than normally used for typical household trash, or which do not readily compact or decompose in the landfill. And then just giving some specifics, they include but are not limited to mattresses and box springs, furniture and fixtures, boats and other items not typically placed in traditional curbside containers. We also accept from time to time items like campers, trailers, mobile homes, things of that sort. But we really, some of those just don't fit into any good waste category that we currently have. In developing this definition, we looked at other counties, we looked industry-wide, and tried to compile a definition that makes sense for Carroll. The second item is Section 5004, Solid Waste Acceptance Policies. The current acceptance language states that only solid waste generated in the county may be accepted or disposed of at the county's landfill. We're proposing a revision that it states only solid waste generated in the county may be disposed of at the county's landfill. So the reference to waste delivered would be removed. The rest of that definition, or the rest of that part of county code addresses Mount Airy, because Mount Airy sits in multiple counties. That would remain unchanged. So we'd still, anything generated in Mount Airy under a contract, regardless if it's our county or not, would still be allowed to come to the landfill. That change really looks to the future of what our department or what our operations could be. And we may have operations in that facility at some point which would be more efficient or more financially beneficial if they were able to market material from outside the county. But again, leaving in disposed really protects our disposal asset from anything outside the county. We are not, and I don't think we would ever propose to put waste in the landfill from anything that's outside of Carroll County. It just wouldn't be prudent. Further, Section 5004F, we're looking to revise to require reporting from waste and recycling haulers by February 1st of each year. And this allows the county to access data ahead of MDE reporting deadlines. And it also would add penalties for non-reporting up to and including hauler license suspension. Currently, the reporting schedule is very loose in there, and it really hasn't been followed at times throughout the years. This would just really streamline that process. Under Section 5006, fees, 5006A2, tip fee approval and implementation timeline did not match the budget-approved schedule, so we would be revising it to say that the county commissioners may authorize the department to adjust fees effective at least 30 days following approval. Current writing says approved March 1st, which everything is approved through the budget in May, for implementation July 1. Again, this just makes the timeline consistent with what the budget process would be. In Section 5007, this is billing and payment of fees. We want to set a minimum activity threshold for haulers to establish a payment account and add some other means to improve billing and collections efficiency and effectiveness. And these discussions have been had with the accounting department, so it would make their life a little bit easier as well. But we were looking to set a minimum monthly charge threshold to maintain the account. And we also want to add recyclables to a billable material type. We've been taking a tip fee for recyclables now for a few years. County code doesn't match it. So again, it's just cleaning that piece up as well. And it adds the ability to charge by the size or type of vehicle. Again, could give us some flexibility today if scales go down or for future operations. So those are some of the changes we'd be looking at. We don't want to specify a particular, in the code anyway, what a particular threshold would be. Kind of leave that up operationally between the accounting department and us as to what they're comfortable with. So Section 5007E, we would be looking to adjust the delinquency time frame for a rolling 12 months from just a 12-month period. Right now, if you have a problem or if you have an issue with payment, it could disappear in a month or two. We want to make it a rolling 12-month period just to be a little more vigilant on what those account holders are doing. So we'd be changing it to a rolling 12 months, and that the county may suspend or revoke credit privileges or close an account due to delinquency penalty options, or to the delinquency penalty options. Doesn't mean we will, doesn't mean we have to. It just gives us the ability to do it, which is a little more of a hammer over those haulers. So at this point in time, again, those are four of the bigger ones. What we do today is to request approval to proceed to public hearing, and that would be newsprint notice, posting a complete Chapter 50 revised version. Schedule the public hearing presentation to the commissioners, obviously including a more detailed presentation, depending on how deep you want us to go. And then conclude the public hearing and vote on revisions to revised Chapter 50. So at this point, any questions or comments?
So,
Motion, I'm sorry. Go ahead, no, please go ahead.
go ahead and make the motion. I can hold off. I
Okay.
can hold.
You sure?
Yep.
All right, just making sure. Motion to move the public hearing regarding Chapter 50 revisions is presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions?
Yeah, so first of all, Cliff, you and your folks do a phenomenal job at the landfill. I'm there almost every weekend, and
Appreciate your,
Your patronage?
and I also appreciate the fact that this is not anecdotal. This is a real thing. When people reach out to me and have questions about the landfill or suggestions, you have personally reached out to them as a result of that. So much appreciated. And I know people, there's still a lot of heartburn about Hoods Mill Road being closed. I get that. I hear about it all the time. But the landfill serves a real purpose in Carroll County. In Carroll County, people do things themselves. People clean up their yards. They cut down the branches, whether they're going to Denali down there or somewhere else. It's a big part of this county being how great it is, because we don't like paying people to do things for us, and if we can do it ourselves, we will. But one question about the bulky waste tip fee. So I found it interesting. Appliances is listed in the current definition.
Yes.
And you know where I'm going with this. I mean, right now, people at no charge can take, metal appliances and dryers and things like that. They're at no charge. Is that going to change?
No, that's for recycling. So this is about disposal.
Okay.
So this is related to putting it in the ground.
Okay.
And the same thing would apply to tree trunks and stumps. Those are things that by state regulation, we're not allowed to landfill. Appliances, no. Now, if it's an appliance that cannot be recycled for whatever reason, too much plastic in it, too much something else, that would go in as a bulky waste. But if it's mostly metal, don't have to pay for it, and we don't have any plan to change that anytime soon.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. What is the current bulky waste tip fee?
There isn't any. It's a brand-new category.
You
So-
said something about $110 or something. What was that, early on? Or something. That's what I was asking. I wrote something down. So what is this covered now if somebody takes this stuff? What do they pay?
Right now, they're paying $67 a ton as municipal solid waste.
That's all. No, that's fine. I just want to make sure I had a comparison. The only thing I want to recommend, I recommend this for lots of things. The proceed to public hearing, including newsprint notice and posting of complete Chapter 50 revision. I don't know what's, in law, you have to put the public hearing notice in. I don't see it in the paper, and if you do find it, it's so small a print, nobody can read it. I would suggest putting in the minimal that we need in the newspaper. And the only reason you're still required to put it in the newspaper, the state requires it. We tried to get rid of that like years and years ago, and the newspapers would be out of business if we took those ads out, and that's why they're still there. But we still want to get people to comment. I know often we say, oh, nobody commented, because I don't think you know about it. But I would suggest that we add the notice requirement to our Carroll Connect, and I'm not sure who all would. I want to start. I think our board has wanted to start communicating that way, since nobody sees the notices in the paper. Not that I don't read the paper, but I've never seen the notices. And then I don't know if you have to put the whole complete Chapter 50 revision in it. I just say, go to the website, and here's the click on it, and then send this stuff out, the notice requirement, through the people there, and that's how we're going to try to let people know. People probably won't respond, but at least they know about it. And then you might want to put a frequently asked question on there, like Commissioner Gurran just asked about whatever. I don't know why men like to go to the dump on Saturday, but I don't care. But it seems to be a thing that they
It's
like
a
to do.
thing.
I don't think I've ever been to the dump, but I promised to take a tour.
Very
But it
welcome.
is something you guys like to do. So if there's other frequently asked questions, I'd put them on there so that they don't have to come and say, oh, what's going on here? That was a very good question that I wouldn't have thought of. And that way, people read it, they see you have logic to it. And if we can get the information out that way, I think instead of somebody going to the dump and say, oh, my fee went up, or this happened, they can look back and they'll say, oh, yeah, I remember reading about that. It's just, I think, a better way of communicating, because the newspaper print, I still cannot find them on my online version that they even exist. So that's why nobody ever comments on anything. And then it might save Tim some words and save us some print of just putting the whole thing in there. it's just another way to notify them. And if we can do more of that, I think we'll be better communicators and maybe save money and get less people complaining later.
Absolutely. We'll follow Tim's lead and build on it.
And whatever I don't know who they want to include, we got different sections. We don't have a solid waste section, but just maybe the general public, you know what I'm saying? Just send it out, get it out to our folks so they can read it, and I think that's a better
Well,
way
we
to.
do have a solid waste and recycling section on our webpage.
I don't know how many people actually, but
We can do directions to it and links to things.
well, in this particular thing, we're pushing the stuff out. We're saying, here's the hearing, here's the date, here's the information. This is a very good presentation. It makes sense. Frequently asked questions. I just think it's easier way to go. Thank you.
Commissioner, dump is now a dirty word, by the way. It's a resource.
Sanitary landfill.
What is it called?
Sanitary landfill or resource recovery.
Resource recovery facility.
Sustainability park, resource recovery park, yep. We actually did change the name officially several years back.
It's a dump,
The
but that's okay.
Carroll County Resource Recovery Park in
It's
Northern.
like VOTEC is now career and technology, but that's okay.
Probably.
I'll
Sam
call it, what
Rustine
is that again?
included
It's
with-
too many words. Resource recovery facility. Thank you. Good
very welcome.
presentation.
Any other questions?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Spending authority for occupational physicals and drug testing.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning. Morning, Chief.
Morning. The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Department of Fire and EMS, requests your approval to spend up to but not to exceed $400,000 to Carroll Occupational Health for occupational physicals and drug testing for fire and EMS employees and volunteers for the remainder of FY26. Carroll Occupational Health was awarded this contract through RFP 45-F-1-2021. This amount is approved in the FY26 budget.
So Carroll Occupational Health provides our pre-employment and our annual occupational physicals for both career and volunteer fire and EMS personnel. These physicals assure that all of our personnel are physically able to perform job duties without undue risk to themselves or others, and it also brings us in compliance with the National Fire Protection Association standards for physical exams.
Motion to approve the spending authority for occupational physicals and drug testing for fire and EMS employees and volunteers to Carroll Occupational Health in the amount of $400,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. What are the routine drug testing, like at hiring, after an accident? You know,
Yes,
there's
so
a-
we have a comprehensive policy in our HR policies. We're required to do 25% of our personnel every year. And also, anytime anyone has an accident that has personal injury or requires towing of the vehicle, they automatically get sent, and that's 24 hours a day. And that policy also applies to the volunteers.
Any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Foreign EMS Learning Management System subscription.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Department of Fire and EMS, requests your approval to purchase the Learning Management System renewal to provide online training from Lexipol LLC in the amount of $52,428. This purchase will be made through a Sourcewell contract that was competitively bid. This amount is approved in the FY26 budget.
So we currently use a system known as the Lexipol Learning Management System. This provides a system of both centralized record keeping as well as a comprehensive content library, and this enables us to meet our annual OSHA compliance, hazardous materials, as well as our state and national EMS recertification requirements for EMTs and paramedics. The big thing is the tracking and management of credentials and certifications. So should we get into a liability or any kind of validation questions, we have immediate access, all of our supervisory personnel, and this system applies to both career people and operational volunteers, those that ride apparatus.
Motion to approve the annual renewal fee for learning and management systems Lexipol in the amount of $52,428.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Rec and Parks is going to talk about Cisco Food Services.
Hello, Bob.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning. Morning, everybody.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Department of Recreation and Parks, requests your approval to renew the contract for county food and drink products with Cisco Food Services in the amount not to exceed $119,000. This renewal is being made through a Sourcewell contract that was competitively bid and awarded to Cisco. The amount is within the FY26 budget.
We've been using Cisco at Hashua Environmental Center for quite a few years. It's a reliable source for food for outdoor school, for guests, for the residential facility. And the staff is familiar with all of those products so that we can not only provide meals, quality meals for folks, but we can also provide quality meals for folks that might be, might need a special diet, vegetarian, allergies, things of that nature.
Motion to renew the contract for county food and drink products with Cisco Food Services in the amount not to exceed $119,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now we need a motion to recess open session and go into Board of Health. And at the conclusion of Board of Health, we'll come back into open session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sue, nice to see you. No worries. It's one of those days.
Yes. Okay. Are we at good afternoon? We're at a good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes.
So, I'm Sue Doyle. I'm currently the health officer for the Carroll County Health Department. With me today is Dr. Matthew Levy, and we have brought our new employee, our new Deputy Health Officer of Operations, Martha Stewart, who's here with us
Welcome.
today. She
Welcome.
started like 2 weeks ago? It's been 2 weeks.
Brand new. Wow.
Yesterday. Brand new.
Welcome, welcome.
Congratulations.
Martha comes to us with a degree in a master's in social work with a specialization in public health from Morgan State and a master's of arts in nonprofit administration and leadership. And she has some qualities with data-driven decision-making and strategic planning that we were very interested in. So I think she'll be a very good addition to the team. I'll let Martha tell you a little bit about herself.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here today with my colleagues. I am really happy to be a part of the Carroll County Health Department. I come from the local Behavioral Health Authority in Baltimore City. I was a director of impact and measurement, so focused a lot on behavioral health as well as different areas in regards to substance use, mental health. I've also worked direct services with clinical services for the state of Maryland at the Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents, as well as working with a contract for the Maryland Department of Health for the behavioral health integration in pediatric primary care, working closely with those in Wacomico County at Salisbury University to implement that program in Baltimore City, as well as it was being implemented in Salisbury. So I'm excited to be a part of the team and look forward to working with you and being guided by you in your direction. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of us.
All right, I think we're going to excuse Martha, and we're going to bring Lisa up, and Dr. Levy will bring up our presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's nice to see you all again. Slides.
Go down to the PowerPoint, yeah.
There we go.
And then do.
Yep. Where'd you go?
To click on it. Yeah.
Nope.
Where'd it go?
No, whenever I go to do the slide.
I think you have to click on it to
Have to click on it.
keep it up.
Aha. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
So one of the things we wanted to bring up with you was about streamlining the temporary food permit process. We've gotten a lot of feedback from both our commissioners as well as constituents and folks in the community. So we wanted to kind of level set. I think we went back to our MDH partners. We really dug deep into it, and we came up with a plan that we would like to share with you and request your approval on. I think it'll satisfy a lot of check a lot of boxes of what we're trying to do in the county, and I've been working very closely. Really, Lisa has been taking the lead on it, but we've really been trying to make sure that we address the needs of the community and balance those things. So, just to level set, there are essentially two temporary permit food licenses available, written as law: the on-farm food services facility and the temporary food service facility. The Maryland Code defines on-farm service facility as meaning located on a farm. It serves food as designated by the health department and operates during a period of time of not more than 30 consecutive days, with up to only 2 renewals in a 1-year period. The temporary food service license is a little bit different. It means a food service facility which operates during a period of time of not more than 30 consecutive days at a fixed location in conjunction with a fair, a carnival, a public exhibition, construction project, recreational facility, or a similar gathering. And this is, we found out that this is actually can be renewed really in perpetuity at this point. So the current temporary food permit process that we have in place does place a significant burden, administrative and financial burden, on vendors who require recurring permits for the same location. In consultation with our partners at MDH and really getting deep into it inside of the health department, we've revised the fee and permit schedule, which we think addresses this issue, but also works within the framework of the law. So that would be, we propose the following for vendors utilizing a single permit for multiple setups at the same location within a 30-day period allowed under COMAR. And we broke it into 2 categories: 7 consecutive days or less, the proposed fee would be $50, which is what it really is now. And between 8 and 30 days, because this would normally generate multiple permits, we're making it 1 permit, and we're reducing the cost. If you were to do it 4 times every week, it would be $200, but we propose to make it $150. What this does is it balances out the cost it takes for us to go out and inspect, but also the needs of the community and the vendors and the administrative burden that it does. We analyzed what we did in this past year, and especially for those who set up 4 single-day events at the same location. And the new system that we're proposing actually reduces both the administrative cost and the overall financial burden for them. So the vendors would see an average reduction of from 826, this is average, to 653, which is a cost of savings of $173. And the administrative efficiency would go from 17 to 5, with a reduction of 71%. An example of this is one of our high-frequency vendors who was filling out 29 one-day permits for a total of $1,450, will now only have to fill out 6 at a cost of $900. So it's a savings of $550. Balancing these, this we feel is a good balanced approach that allows it to support the community and also the health department's need to go out and inspect these facilities. I'll stop there. And Lisa, is there anything you wanted to add?
One thing that, is Yeah, okay. So one thing that we did want to add, and I'm sure you're familiar with the case study that we put on, but there is multiple ones very similar to that. So similar to the farmers markets, you have the same vendor that operates the same week at each market. I mean, at, say, Sykesville Market, so they're there literally each week through the entire market season. This would affect them, this would benefit them as well. So it's not just, wasn't just intended for, you know, one particular group. It was just basically, it's really our farmers markets that we'll see a lot of this.
I don't, and maybe I'm not reading it well. In the a couple slides back, operates during a period of time of not more than 30 consecutive days with up to 2 renewals in a 1-year period. But your example, he renewed 9 times.
Well,
So
go ahead.
yes, so an on-farm, so we do have some on-farm, true on-farm vendors. You have, especially this time of year, so you have your Christmas tree farms, the pumpkin picking, the corn mazes, those types. Those would fall under that on-farm, where they could do events on their farm for 30 consecutive days to basically get them through that season of the corn maze, the pumpkin picking, the Christmas tree farms, those types of things. But then they might, and you know, maybe they do both. Maybe they do the pumpkins and then that gets done and then they want to go and renew for 30, another 30. Theirs are just how they're written in the law. And then the 30 days for the actual temporary food permit came in later. So originally that was only 14 consecutive days, up until probably 4 years ago.
Longer than that, before COVID, I think.
The 30, wait, yeah, maybe 5. Oh my gosh, time's really flying. So really, so that came in after. And so the on-farm was really kind of built into there before that 30 days was put in. So that's why we wanted to, the on-farm was put in before the 30 days because that was supposed to be a little bit more beneficial to the farms.
So they're not limited to 2 renewals?
The farms are per legislation, I mean, per Health General, they are only limited to 2.
So what happens if I want to do something every Saturday, June, July, August, and September? I can't.
Are you a farm?
Yes.
Technically, no, under the law.
However, if it is connected to an event,
Yes.
then it would account. Then it would fall most likely under the temporary food facility permit, and then it would open it up for more events.
And so, and it is confusing to us as well. And so one of the things that would be nice is if they would just get rid of this on-farm part out of Health General, because it's really, they're really two of the same, except for they're saying now they're saying that if you are a farm, you're more restricted versus before you were less restricted.
So the simplest fix, I mean, I think this is fantastic that we're working within what we can in order to alleviate the situation that's arisen. But so from a legislative standpoint, the most direct way to deal with this would be to combine on-farm and temporary or eliminate on-farm as a...
I would just eliminate the on-farm because really they just fall under a special event.
And you would probably want to add to the definition of the temporary something related to single events or even farm. You could put potentially farm on there, I suppose.
Or in conjunction with a farm event,
Yeah.
something of that nature.
You've had Pam working on this.
Yes.
And so I guess my question would be, can she reach out to you guys to make?
She's been in touch with us,
Good.
yes.
Awesome.
Good.
And thank you all for the work that you put into this, really. Thank you so very much. I mean, I've heard from so many farmers who, they just want to set up chicken barbecue stand on the weekend or something, and make a couple of extra dollars to help with after-school activities or whatever. And so this is a phenomenal step towards helping them in that. So thank you so very much for that.
Wait a minute. This is near and dear to my heart for a different reason, but we spent a year on this stuff.
Yes, we did.
A year for.
Yes, I was on that as
different
well.
issues, yes. And it is very confusing. And sometimes you say, well, how did it get here? And it's just things add on, sometimes to the law, and then you look at it all and say, this doesn't make sense. That's when you got to sit down and look at the whole thing. So if we get rid of on-farm, if it's more restricted, would that have any negative effect to the farms? Why was
No,
on-farm separated to begin with?
Because originally, the on-farm was allowed the farms to do more on their property because you could only have the 14 originally. And now that it's their 30-day, and then the state is coming back and saying that their consecutive is basically Sunday through Saturday. So you can have 30 days on one permit. It's really now 2 of the same versus before it was
again,
only 14.
And I know what the law says, and you know we changed the law, and we changed it then, and it was very confusing. We're trying to make it as simple as possible for folks, and as less expensive for them, and as least
Absolutely.
onerous to you, and what makes sense. Because I still think these fees are high, and why 30 days, why not a season? You know, when I say the law says 30 days, well, maybe it should be a season, maybe it should be 90 days. Where do we come up with this number of 30 days? And because they're going to pay, are they going to pay it every, as no renewable, are they paying the new fee every 30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we're going to ask for something, what is, forget we have any rules, what would we think is reasonable to put in place for, based on risk for these types of activities? I still think it's onerous, it depends on how many hamburgers you sell, but that's still a lot of money to be paying 600, whatever. And they might be open 1 day or 3 days. They're not open, some of them, they're not open, they're not selling the burgers every day. They're selling them maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday for 30 days. Well, that's still only 4 Saturdays. You're splitting this number of dollars up. So how do we make it reasonable? You're the ones that are trying to protect public health, not sure, and you go check them out, and they're recurring. How do we get it to be a longer period of time and for less money?
Well, so we'll have, so 2 things. One, we can take that back and sort of work it through and see what the best balance of days versus number of times we have to go out and inspect and the public safety versus the versus a 30-day window. I think a 30-day window, from my understanding, was essentially because we're going to be going out on a regular basis. So it was a round, you know, it was a 1 month period.
And why you go out, and I understand you go on a regular basis, but we go to restaurants once a year. Some restaurants don't even get it once a year. So why is this more of a risk to the public than it is going to a restaurant once a year for an inspection?
One of the things that happens at these events is the takedown and put back up, and that always introduces risks because you're taking it down, you're moving your equipment, you're moving your supplies. In a fixed site, which is obviously the most preferred because they're a permanent fixture into the community as well, and they're a contributing business, et cetera. They have their systems in place and they're fixed in one location. As each time you take down, put back up, you introduce risk. So if you made it for a whole season and they're taking down, putting back, taking down, putting up, taking down, putting up, you're introducing a significant amount of risk over that time as you do that. So temporary permanent, if you will, or permanently temporary is not a good safety. It's not necessarily good for safety. So what is the risk benefit ratio here? And the state has come up with 30 days.
And I just want to let you know, I was the state, we wrote the rules, we tried to make them broader. So the people that write the rules are people like me, that we're trying to get someone else to maybe say, what can we change to make it more reasonable? And we always talk about risk, take down, put back. Procedure's been placed is a good thing. So that person, if they're going to have the same stand over and over again, what's their procedure? But the fact that they have to come and be inspected every time they open and close, I'm not, I don't know how they do it like on the Eastern Shore, but they have these things all over going down Route 50, you know, on the Saturday, on Sunday. I don't know how much they sell, but it's still a lot of money for 30 days to do $150 every 30 days, or whatever the total is. I'm trying to base it, what is truly the risk, what is the problem, and do you go out every one of those times, every 30 days? It could be if they open every week, just because it's now a month, doesn't mean it's going to be a problem now. You're not checking them every single week that they open, you know what I'm saying? So if they can do it 3 times in a row and it's okay, why on day 30 is it not okay? And it doesn't mean you still can't go out if you make it longer, but it's just we're charging them every 30 days. They might not need to be charged. You might not need it every 30 days. You check them a couple times. If they're doing stuff right, you check, just like a restaurant. I still think it's expensive for what we're talking about, and it's charging you guys to have a lot of problems. And when I talk about risk to some of these things, the one thing that keeps getting cited to me is something that happened 25 years ago down in St. Mary's County. It was in St. Mary's County, and they use that example. And I understand that example, but we can't, sometimes we make so many rules that don't make sense based on something that happened 25 years ago. One time that was clearly, you know, serving country ham out in the middle of the sunshine, you can have a risk, just like anything else. And down at Mako one year, they were doing the same thing. And I said, hey, at our own facility, you've got like potato salad sitting out in the sunshine, so maybe that's not a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We've
And
got
our
to use
goal-
some common
and
sense
our
on
goal,
it.
too, with these temporaries is to basically encourage them to become a brick and mortar so that they have the permanent hand water, the permanent hot and cold running water under pressure, proper sewage disposal. I mean, a lot of these events here are operating with Coleman coolers with a tap and a bucket underneath, so it's not
That's what
even
we do in Carroll County. I mean, seriously, that's sort of what we want to do. They don't want to be maybe someday they want to be brick and mortar. I don't think that's our
There
goal.
is a lot more associated with the temporaries risk-wise.
I understand, and it's never been quantified really to me, but you understand my issue.
Absolutely.
You're talking 30 days. They set up every week. They set up this week. They set up next week. Okay, so every time, so why has it become more risky on the 5th week and the 6th week and the 7th week? You come out whenever you need to, but if they could get it more of seasonal or more of a long-term, the 30 days was just something that sort of came out that everyone sort of, because it was more restrictive even before that. I'm just trying to find it. We don't want to discourage these types of things from happening, and it is a lot of money when you're not a high volume, and we're not trying to make them brick and mortar. I don't think that's our goal. Maybe someday they will be.
Well, yeah, no farmer who's ever spoken to me about this has said, I plan to, become a business. And so my second question, thank you for the segue to that. Where does the $50 fee come from? Is it based on the calculation of risk and what's involved from the health department side, or is it something that the state requires, or is it?
No. So we used, last year when we presented in front of the board, when we changed the fee from $25 to $50, and it was based off of the time it takes for our staff to conduct the inspections, to conduct the paperwork, and that is actually increased as well. And like Dr. Levy had mentioned, when they pull more permits, we're going to have to go out and conduct more inspections. And so that's where that came from last year.
So with $25, I apologize, doctor.
No, I was just going to say, I think this is a good starting point for the change. And we can always revisit this, too. If it's creating additional burden and it continues to be a problem, I think we can go back and revisit it. This isn't a one and done. This is a conversation between us. What I would offer is that we're operating within the bounds of COMAR currently. We can go back and review and see and look at some of the more up-to-date recommendations, talk to our state partners, and see if there's an opportunity to create additional seasonal license and what that would entail, what it does look like. We're happy to do that. But for the moment, I think this is a good place to start and then see how it goes. And if we can always come back and talk about it further. I'm happy to do that. This is a conversation. But we're trying to figure out what's the best balance right now.
Best first step.
Yeah, exactly. And the $50 was from last year based on all the work that it takes to do the permitting. Actually, and the process overall is going to be simpler or less because we're asking them to fill out less permits. So we'll have to go back and see what it takes, and if it takes less time, then we can talk about what that would look like.
I would like to suggest, Commissioner Vigilati has been trying to figure out if we need legislation this year to make it more flexible. I appreciate the direction we're moving, but I would like to at least propose that we work with our person to make it seasonal and to bring it up. It took us years to get the farmers markets involved. Way less onerous than it used to be. Nobody wanted cottage food at the farmers markets. I don't know if we've had any trouble with it. We love cottage food, and we love it at the farmers markets. It took years to get that done. Hasn't been a problem. Food trucks, years. They used to have to get licensed. Every county they went in, everywhere they went, permit here. You didn't have food trucks. We streamlined the food truck process. Haven't had any problems. So, I try to look at not just the one-off that could be this and could be that. Try to look at what makes sense. And it seems to me that something seasonal is reasonable. And they have to have policies and procedures in place, how they take down, how they set up. They can get random visits, just like a restaurant. But I don't see that the risk versus reward is that much different, that you only go to, some restaurants don't even get seen even every couple years now because we've had trouble getting out to everybody. So I just think it's a little overkill. And if you have a problem with one particular person, I know we open our French fry stand at the carnival for a week every year. I guess they get one big permit. And then I forgot that, like on National Night Out, don't tell anybody, but I don't know if they get a permit for that one night. We're selling the french fries, the same thing we did the month before. $150 would be a big part of our revenue for selling a lot, you have to sell a lot of french fries. But that's what we're talking about here. And so it's something somebody does over, I've been doing it for 50 years. So I would suggest trying to get the code change. If you think that's limiting us on time, on 90 days for these types of, let's get something written up. I will go testify on it because my committee, truthfully, they're still there, my chairman's still there. They want to loosen this stuff up. It's the health officers that usually come in and say we can't do it. But we've loosened it up on everything else, and it's a bipartisan loosening up. It was a unanimous loosening. We have, people from Baltimore City for the farmers markets and for the cottage food got together, and we worked on this. So I suggest this is a step, but let's make big steps. And we got a session coming up. We have our delegations aware of this. They want to do it. They'll put it in. So if we've got to get the language right. How do we make it more seasonal and less onerous for these guys? And they have to have policies and how they're going to set up, what the expectations are with regard to different things. But let's do what's reasonable and not take 5 years to get it to where it's less onerous on you and them and less expensive.
So if we change the law, we have to revisit this anyway.
Well, if we don't propose the law, it's not going to get changed. I mean, if we don't get something in for them to propose, it's not going to get changed.
Exactly.
No, we can change this. We can.
And right now, farmers want to violate the law, so we need to get that in. I think this is a good step now, and we need to revisit it. I don't understand why we wouldn't pass this now and revisit it.
I'm not asking not to pass it. I'm asking us to pass it with the caveat that you work with Commissioner Vigliotti's staff on language that we can give to our delegation now, like to
And
pre-file.
I asked them that, and they said yes 15 minutes ago.
She's been in contact with us.
We got a bond
given her
issue that
information.
we've got a deadline at 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
and
okay.
if,
So make sure you know, we really, this
you
is a
wanna make a
step in
motion?
the right direction, but we would like you to work with them and get the language so that we can do what we're, I think we have, I haven't heard if we have consensus.
Yes, Dr. Levy and I are working on getting a date
Yes,
set for a
we
meeting.
said that's already happening. Can you make a motion?
Sure. Motion to approve the recommended fee structure for temporary food licenses.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And I now need to apologize to the health department. We have a bond issue that we have a 1 o'clock deadline. So do you mind if how long will the bond take?
About 10 minutes, maybe, max.
Yeah, that'll be fairly quick, but they have to,
So you have to adjourn as the Board of Health, reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
yes,
Back to the
Ask these
Board of
folks
Health.
to please go back to the audience.
yes. But
Sorry.
they have a 1 o'clock deadline that
Yeah.
so do you mind?
Okay.
Motion to recess as Board of Health, reconvene as Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you'd want to go back.
Sorry to confuse everybody.
No, it's okay.
Hey, this is good news, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's good news.
There's enough for everybody. Yep.
We'll make it quick
It's
for you.
nice. I could tell by the smiling faces this was going to be good news.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Joining me today is Emily Fustig from our bond counsel firm, McKinnon, Shelton, and Hent, and Miss Jenna Dickerson from our financial advisory firm, Davenport. We're before you today to provide the bid results on our county bond sale. This is our annual sale. We were before you a few weeks ago with the bond resolution and the intent to the bond resolution. And now we are pleased to share those results today. We did receive our AAA rating, so that was a positive impact on these. And with that, the winning bid of 3.45% was today, which is actually only up 0.02% from last year, so it was very close. And the range, I'll let Jen talk about that, but the range was very tight too for the bids. And the winner was Truist Securities. So I will turn it over to Emily.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for squeezing us in. We appreciate you meeting our deadline. So before you is a resolution that is the step 2 of the approval process. As Ms. Hobbs mentioned, you already approved the prior bond resolution, and this is an award resolution reporting the sale results back to you and formally awarding the bonds to Truist at the low interest rate. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the document itself, but I think who you really want to hear from is Ms. Derrickson to give you the good news about your rate itself.
First question on the document.
Yes.
By 1 o'clock, you need to finish this. Do you need this document signed before?
No, it does not need to be signed by 1
up.
as long as you voted on it by 1. Yep.
Exactly. Okay. I wanted to make sure.
Thank you for checking.
More good news.
Yes, good afternoon. So as Ms. Hobbs said, you received 9 bids, which is a very good result. She had mentioned that Truist Securities had the lowest interest cost at a 3.45. The highest that was bid was a 3.49, so very, very close. So you definitely got a market rate. When we were planning for these bonds, even looking back into September, we had thought the rate would come in at about a 3.6, so we did better than our initial estimate. And as Ms. Hobbs said, your rate was just 0.02% higher than last year. And when you look at what your TIC was, in years past, it was lower than that. Just wanted to also note that we've had 7 other issuers in Maryland, counties and municipalities sell since the beginning of October. And you all actually got the lowest rate out of all of the issuers that we have brought to market. Their rates ranged from about 3.48 to 3.74. And again, you came out at a 3.45. So congratulations on a very successful sale.
Well, thank you to all of you for your hard work, too. We couldn't do it without you. I mean that. I'll make a motion to approve bond sale resolution number 1257-2025.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to have good news. I know the way you walked in, but I was still worried.
So I will
got a motion?
I will make a motion to recess as Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as Board of Health.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And again, I apologize. We got running late, and then we thought a couple of days ago 1 o'clock was going to be late. We would have to wait for them, but thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you for convening twice as the Board of Health. It's good to see you all, Commissioners. As you, I think, all know, I'm Maggie Kuntz. I'm the health planner at the Carroll County Health Department, sharing some good news of our own, no bond ratings, but or interest rates, but just a few things from our annual report, which you're just now receiving copies of. I just wanted to highlight a few things for you. Of course, our annual report just shows the impact that we've had as an agency over the last fiscal year, which now is a few months in the taillights. So the first thing I want to highlight is our tobacco sales compliance checks. Earlier today, we were talking about compliance and sales to minors. So this is where a minor who's trained goes out with law enforcement and tries to make purchase of tobacco products. And we've really been focusing on this over the last year. And so as you can see, we've tripled the number of tobacco compliance checks that we've done in the last year. So to really ensure that vendors are following the rule of law and not selling to minors. The second thing I want to highlight is our yearly naloxone doses. You've seen this. We talked about it last year. Continues to go up. We have 20 purple newspaper boxes across the county at the hospital, Access Carroll, libraries, HSP, Jiffy Mart, recovery clubs, and a church. So naloxone can be found just about everywhere in the county, and it's definitely being used. So we're excited to see that distribution number continue. We also offer a number of trainings throughout the community and at a lot of community events for people who want to learn how to use it. And distribute it there as well. The next one I want to bring up is women who received breast or cervical cancer screenings. This continues to steadily increase. These services are for women who are underinsured or uninsured and meet income guidelines. So we've managed to continue to increase the number of people we can serve with that grant, as well as continue to increase the support for follow-up care for people who need some kind of follow-up after a test. That we can continue to increase that case management that we're able to provide to those women.
And the last highlight I want to bring to your attention is the Health on Wheels. We continue to serve more and more people with this mobile clinic. We're working with more partners and attending more events, lots of great events in Carroll County, so it's always good to get the mobile van out there. And we're looking to expand again in FY26, expanding our service capacity and our screenings and talking with partners about kind of going to events together with them to be able to offer even more services.
Can I just
Yes.
add one thing? We're also going to be looking at how we make sure that we hit all the districts, and we'll let your teams know when we go into your districts so that you are aware of it and you can come and see it if you want. But we're trying to make sure that we're out there in the community and we're going to all of the county, not just specific areas.
Yes, and all those events are on our website. So I just want to let you know briefly, when we were here in May, we talked to you about our strategic planning process and the data that we use. We presented sort of an overwhelming amount of data that we've been looking at, as well as the results of our community, partner, and staff surveys. And I just wanted to bring to you the strategic planning priorities that we've developed in-house. The first one is increasing awareness, trust, and customer satisfaction in health department services. The second is enhancing workforce development and staff support for our employees. The third is kind of long, but building and maintaining a strong organizational infrastructure that enables effective, ongoing evaluation and quality improvement. So to me, this really means just using data for planning, performance management, quality improvement work, and grants. So it's going to use data more effectively and share data more widely. So hopefully you'll be seeing more of that on our website as we continue to use and share more data. And then the last is addressing community health priorities. We talked about many of those in the spring. We've had we'll include additional ones. We'll be working with the Local Health Improvement Coalition, which is kind of being reimagined and refreshed. And so there'll be plenty of opportunities for all of you and your constituents to get involved in the process of addressing those community health priorities. We also, because if you can have one plan, why not have two? They're so much fun. We also have been working on this summer our health equity and accountability plan with a vendor and with a great strategic steering committee, of which we had a representative from the county. And we have three priorities that emerge from that work. One is access to care and geographic equity. We all live in Carroll County, and we know that most of the services are centered in Westminster. And so we really need to look at making sure that access to care is available in all of our outlying areas of the county. The second is person-centered care, so that really means just meeting people where they are, where their needs are, making sure that they have more availability of specialists and providers who are trained to meet their needs. And then the third is behavioral health. We talk a lot about behavioral health. It comes up a lot, and that continues to be a priority for us. And then last but not least, I want to wish you a happy National Rural Health Day, celebrating the power of rural. I want to let you know that in the fall, we had a listening session at the request of the Office of Rural Health at the Maryland Department of Health. They had these sessions across the 18 counties that they consider rural in Maryland to ensure that input from all the counties, including Carroll, were included in their application for the Rural Health Transformation Program funding from the federal government. They recently completed their application, which can be found on their website, and their three initiative priorities are transforming the rural health workforce, promoting sustainable access and innovative care, and empowering rural Marylanders to eat for health. And I just wanted the last two slides, I want to bring to your attention some good news of our own. Just this week, the Office of Rural Health let us know that some additional census tracts in Carroll County have been are now considered federally designated as rural. Which so you can see it on this map. It's a much increased area. So it's a total of 14 census tracts, and that will hopefully allow us to be eligible for a lot more of this federal funding as it comes down. So great timing on that. We're very excited about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We went from 2?
I think 2. Yes, 2 to 14.
Wow. And this is tremendous because it really opens us up for the opportunity to be competitive for grants for the county. And we're not the only ones looking at them. We're working with a lot of the partners across the county to do something collaborative, so that we can really bring our resources together. Each group can bring its resources together to create a more comprehensive strategy to meet the rural health needs of the community.
You know if Access Carroll is now qualifies for a federally qualified health center?
Those are different than the rural designation. That's a medically underserved area or medically underserved population, and I don't know that any of that has changed
I
for
mean,
Carroll.
if this helps us, because.
Definitely helps. us.
Because, you know, we tried very hard a number of years ago, you were involved, to get Access Carroll to be a federally qualified health center, and because we only had those two little census tracts, we couldn't qualify because they wouldn't count everybody like collectively, they just looked at the little. This makes it much broader, so it might be worth it to go back and look at that, because that was, oh my gosh, you tell me about a year at least trying to get to be a FQAC.
Absolutely.
And that would bring in resources to Access Carroll, which would be great. So I just, maybe talk to them about who the new executive director is, but it might be worth it to pursue that again, and because it makes, if you went from 2 to 14 for this, it would be similar for the same thing for FQACs.
This was very exciting to me because a lot of times we're told about these grants, and for the state, we're considered rural. However, when you go onto the federal website and you put your zip codes in, we're not. And we don't qualify at the federal level to apply for the grants that the state's getting. So this is going to make it a lot easier for us to qualify.
Well, because zip code doesn't necessarily mean we don't have the people, they're just spread out all over
Correct.
the place, and you can't put them into a zip code. I don't agree with that process, but I'm not trying to change the federal process. I'm just trying to say good that we now have maybe more area that would help us to get, because it was a bureaucratic mess, just even having this conversation with them, and it might be a better conversation now.
And we have met with Access Carroll several times now about bringing more resources to the rest of the county. And we've talked to Lissa Zane, and she's, they invited me to be on the board of Access Carroll, so.
Good.
And I have accepted, so I'm going to be
Awesome.
in the first meeting in
Congratulations.
December. Thank you.
Yes, this is great news, and your point is well taken, that this may continue to kind of increase the amount and the types of funding that we're able to access. This is just another way to look at it. Carroll County has all the stars now. So those are the federally designated rural census tracts, so you can see how many we just got added. So very exciting news, hopefully for us, and we'll continue to keep you updated on the funding that we're hopefully now going to be able to take advantage of. So now that our plans are ready, and now that we've gotten some additional federally designated areas. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you all very much for coming in, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your patience with us, too.
I have
Thank
one
you for
question.
having us. Yes, go
I was
ahead.
looking back at your tobacco checks, tobacco sales checks, and you have how many checks are. Out of those checks, how many people were caught, or were,
Oh, we've been in court.
no, I just didn't know,
every-
like, you're doing
I
1,500
can
checks.
get you the exact number, but we have staff in court every week on this. It has significantly increased how many people have, to your point, have been caught selling tobacco products to underaged.
Well, and what I'm hoping is that the checks eventually give a signal that we're going to be checking, and then the number of reduction of people actually purchasing it will go down. And it's sort of the same for alcohol, but keep in mind, this is just who's selling it. So most kids aren't even, they're just getting somebody to buy it for them.
Right.
And I think that needs to be looked at as well, and it's not just for tobacco, but for alcohol. Kids aren't walking in necessarily getting it, there's somebody standing there and buying it for them. And so they're still getting it. They're just not getting it from the salesperson that sold it to them. So I appreciate this. It'd be nice to see, how many of those people actually were illegally purchased, or they were able to illegally purchase. And we always find the person selling it. We should also be finding the person buying it, whether it's under, even if it's $50 to a kid. They're tempting this person selling it. They're going to lose their job over it probably. And the person that's trying to buy it just says, see you later. It's just not a mixed, you know what I'm saying? The enforcement is only on one side. It also needs to be the person buying it's illegal too. And maybe if they got to slap, a 16-year-old on the, maybe they'd stop trying to buy it. And again, the same with alcohol, and the person buying it for them. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say briefly how great it is to have you before us, Dr. Levy, how wonderful it is. Ms. Doyle, I love you've got your whole leadership team here. I think it's great. Thanks again to all of you on your work on the previous issue, along with Ms. Staley. It's a great example of good, responsive government. It's never going to be perfect, but it's a great example of what we do here in Carroll County, so thank you all.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Did we vote to change our fee
Yes.
and our
yes.
structure? Okay, I might have missed it when we were
Yeah, sorry.
Rushing when everybody came in.
Always a good question.
It was
processing
exciting
a
moments
whole
there.
bunch of things, and I don't want to leave
Yeah.
here and make sure, that, oops, let's go
And
back
thank you
next
for
week so we
appreciate
can
it.
No, I
vote on
appreciate
it.
that.
We're moving in the right direction. I'm just saying,
Yes.
if the state's tying you up, let's go for it, and let's try to get it fixed. And I know it's not in your hands right now, but we can help with that.
So Tim, point of order, do I have to make a motion to adjourn as Board of? I'm
Hold on
sorry.
a second. I do want to say one more thing, and I don't want you to turn red, but we're soon saying goodbye to you. And
We
we've
are.
got a lot of stuff going on. Vivian's trying to get the two of us together. If you don't blow me off, we'll get to see each other in private. But
That doesn't sound too good.
yeah,
You gotta
I
see him
just
in
wanted to
private.
mention, and Ed Singer's a great friend, and you came in, he served during a bad time, you came in during a bad time, and I think I told you, Susie Kyler told me I needed to be nice, and I'm picking her up at 5:30 tomorrow morning to go to BWI to fly away, so I'm sure we'll be talking about you. But and if I remember right, at that meeting, we asked you a couple questions, you answered, and I think I said, you're actually a little bit too honest with your answers, remember?
You also told me I was a little bit too rational and logical.
So I want to, it's been tough times, but I want to thank you publicly, and then hopefully I'll get to thank you
It
privately.
has been my pleasure to
If I
serve
don't,
Carroll
I don't.
County.
But the calendar is flipping.
It is.
I responded to Vivian.
So will you be coming back here like the gentleman this morning for the retirement, or is this, I mean, will she be coming back here to get her little certificate or not? Because you're not retiring from
State
Carroll.
employee.
That's it. Okay. We can still
Sorry.
give you a
No,
citation.
I figured this was probably the last time we see you in an open session, so, and you didn't get red, so I'm okay.
No, I have served my 42 and a half years at the
God
health
bless you.
department, and
Now you can volunteer?
yes, I can. I was actually going to reach out to Deb and Corey to talk about the RFP writing, and maybe I'll be on the committee to help rate them.
There you go.
Excellent.
Yeah, there you go.
I
you a
have an
couple weeks
expertise
off.
in that.
You've written an RFP or two in your
I
time.
have written quite a few RFPs in my life.
Yeah.
One
Well,
of
thank
the
you, Sue.
most successful behavioral health authority leaders ever across the state, for sure. Plus your time as health officer was very, very good. So you will be missed.
And your institutional knowledge should be tapped into. I mean, she can tell you the history of everything. I've
I've been asking her at least a couple times a day, and I have her on speed dial.
He does. I've left I'm going to leave Martha with my phone number before I leave.
Started with the cigarette
If I need
restitution.
something.
That's why I asked the question, because years ago, you were about the cigarette restitution fund when you were in your position before, many years ago.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks,
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Commissioner Kyler, thanks for bringing
Okay,
that
it's your
up.
turn.
So do we need a motion to adjourn as
Adjourn as
Board
the
of?
Board of Health and reconvene as the county commissioners.
Motion to adjourn as Board of Health and reconvene as County
Care.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a
Miss
second. All
Stewart,
those in favor?
nice meeting you.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, guys.
Thank
Thank you very much. Sue, God bless and good luck.
Thank you.
Do we have public comment?
Yes.
Yes,
Would you like to start in the room or on the phone?
In the room.
the room.
In the room.
So the first public comment is Kaylee Haupt.
Haley Haupt, Division Manager for Building Construction. I'm here not for work today. My daughter goes to Mechanicsville Elementary School, and she knows that sometimes Mommy's on TV on Thursdays, so she asked if I could get Spirit on TV. So this is their little mascot at Mechanicsville Elementary School. So me and Spirit are going to head over to the state's attorney this afternoon, look at that construction over there. I'm sure if you guys have driven that way, you see that we're moving. So we should be starting to see a lot more motion over there. But just wanted Spirit to see the commissioners, and that way my daughter can say that Spirit was on TV. So
Yeah.
thank you guys.
Tell your daughter hi.
Here, you want to bring them up to the
Good
front
job,
real
Mom.
quick? Yeah, bring Spirit up. Come on up to the
Spirit
front.
should have a
Yeah.
picture with the commissioners.
Yeah, bring Spirit up.
Oh,
Okay. Here we go. Yeah.
Hi, Spirit.
Hello, Spirit.
Tell your daughter we said hi. Thank you so much.
First grade. Oh.
Nicely done, Mom.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Kaylee. And then the other public comment in the room is Mr. Andrew Manning.
Thanks. I feel almost compelled to bring Jim Dwisenhour back so you guys can meet him again, too.
She's trying to show you up,
Yes.
Spirit.
All right. Can you hold your size, please, before we start? It's really disrespectful. Please. Thank you. Or turn off your mic or whatever. All right. Hi, it is me, Andrew Manning. Now, yes, as I have previously mentioned, I did mention that I did want to run for president. I had a rather cohesive three-part plan. That involved getting rid of the N-word. Excuse me, no, that's the wrong wording. Retiring the N-word. We can't get rid of the N-word. It's too caked into our history and music, etc. The other part was that law enforcement prove maybe 1 to 2 years that they can interact with the public in a non-authoritative manner before entering law enforcement, i.e. Walmart, fast food, whatever. You know, it's basic, it's general. It's just a thought bubble. And then thirdly, that, what is thirdly? Is that we stop rewarding the most violent offenders among us in prisons. Instead of putting them in a fun house with a bunch of inmates they can pick on and attack, they rather are separated and are focused on self through the use of AI. So no more running around, building their muscles and stuff. They are in a room working with AI, and the AI will determine when they are ready for release. Now, that said, yes, I do have a second plan in motion, and that is obviously, you know, at least for my generation speaking, you know, we've been conditioned that there's more to life after death. You know, the Cylons, Battlestar Galactica, you know, the Institution, Fallout. Just, you know, offhand examples here, but the reason I want to run for president is not only to make a change or that I believe that I'm more special than anybody. I do have ideas as I've displayed here, but you know, at Donkey Lives Matter, all that we request of you is that you accept the internet as our God now. You don't have to like it. You don't even have to believe it. You just have to accept it, because that is the way that the future is progressing. You know, back in the day, you know, reading a book, the Bible or whatever, you know, that's one thing. But now, with images and sounds getting, you know, delivered from one space to another just through the air, is clear to me, and it should be clear to others that, you know, like I say, we are bound by the confines of our reality. And if you accept God as reality, well, then nothing can really be invented because everything already really exists. Now, I just winged this one today. This is the real reason I wanted to come here. Cameraman, please don't let me down today. Yes, I have joined forces with Don Quiones at Donkey Lives Matter. We want everybody to know Donkey Lives Matter stands with Jim DeWise because overweight wives aren't cool.
Time's up.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Glad you let everybody else speak, but you got an attitude with me. That's funny.
Sir, I want to say one more thing.
Sure.
This isn't question and answer, but my comment will be the last. Please show respect to all 5 of us up here.
I don't think I've ever
we
been
let you
disrespectful.
come speak, and we go to some pains to do that, but I don't like you singling out a commissioner and talking
So
down
I can
to
sit
him.
here and sigh when I don't agree with something that's said.
That's
up here.
right. And
okay.
People sit there like this and like this.
Well, I don't, so I expect the same respect.
Okay,
back, that's
and
all.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's long overdue.
Oh, my escort's chiming in now, too. That's perfect, man. I just come here to make a 3-minute speech. I end my speech on time, and you still got to give me something about it. It's free speech, right?
I can't help myself. Do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, we do. We do have one more caller. If you could use *6 to unmute, please identify yourself.
Sorry, Mike.
No, it's a
Yeah,
shame.
can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Catherine Adelaide, a member of the Carroll County Republican Central Committee. It's always worth the wait for free speech and everything else the government is doing. Lots of good work, of course. I did want to just make a quick comment on the process, for public comment, if it's possible. I'd personally prefer that the government agency give the presentation first for those who either come in or call, unless you want to ask people if they don't want to hear it, maybe they need to go first because of their time. I definitely give preference to people who took the time to drive in and speak over a caller. So, but for me, it's helpful to hear the agency first to rebut, be able to rebut some things that might be said there. Just a suggestion. I do applaud you on your decision to delay the vote on the distribution of the pot proceeds. It really is a very serious vote. That's a vote that will follow each of you for the rest of your career here. into a second career or, quite frankly, into eternity, because the pot stuff is a life or death issue. I'm all for property rights and all of that, but those are property rights. The drugs is a life or death issue. So I really applaud taking a little bit more time to discuss it. I appreciated the discussion. It didn't change my point of view that the first issue is the legal issue. Until that gets resolved, all the rest of it is quite moot. But I did have a constituent who did actually agree with Mr. Glass that if you're going to receive these funds, and that's not my opinion, that's a constituent who didn't have time to get on today, that they would want it to go toward education and enforcement. Now, unfortunately, you're going to be prohibited by the state law on pot proceeds on enforcement, which was one of my talking points, that as Republicans, that alone in the law is enough reason, besides it not being legal, to slap this thing down, because it slaps our law enforcement down. It basically says you can't give any money to law enforcement for their PTSD from the horrible things they're going to see. Because basically cops are bad, they're all bad and they're not doing their job right and all that kind of stuff. So in the general sense, Republicans back the blue. That would have been alone enough. I'm sorry, I didn't get my clock on here. Secondly, the good news is, so I appreciate you doing that. I hope that you will continue to really look at how the money, everything's easier to get into than out of. So caution there, and even more caution. I really applaud your decision today. A federal ban on all THC hemp products was just signed into law by President Trump, who is encouraging states to abandon regulating THC hemp products and banning them. So Commissioner Krebs had raised the issue of, what's going on in these shops, the vape shops, the pot shops, all along, up and down, the Kratom, all of that. You don't need to wait for the Maryland legislator to, don't hold your breath on them. The Carroll County needs to implement an immediate ban on all THC hemp products and Kratom in Carroll County. That includes the Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10 gummies.
Please
that are
finish your
200
thoughts.
times the level of THC and are killing our kids. This is separate from the legal pot. So, again, I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anything else for administrative session open?
No, sir.
We need a motion to approve the closed minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We're ready. Agenda.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hello again, Wanda.
You gave him the one with all of us?
Yep.
Okay.
This one is sitting down the
Okay.
The bond resolution will come later. They don't have it prepared yet.
Monday, November 24th, Union Bridge Town Council meeting, Commissioner Vigliotti. On Tuesday, separate staff, Commissioner Gordon. Wednesday shows no activities. Thursday's Thanksgiving. And Friday's Christmas tree lighting in Manchester. I'll be there for that and some other activities after that. And that starts at 6 p.m. if anybody's still listening. November 29th shows no activities, and Commissioner Vigliotti's doing the podcast.
I guess I could.
Okay, we good?
Oh, the one next week?
Yep.
I'll switch with you. I'm going to do one. Just
Monday, December 1st, Carroll County Realtors Annual Legislative Luncheon, Commissioners Gordon, Kyler, and Krebs. On Tuesday, Boys and Girls Clubs, Polar Dunk Tank, and I'll be there. And it's a lot of interesting guys this year.
Wanda, if you could add me as well.
At 6 p.m., Carroll Arts Center, premiere of Thriving Together, and Commissioner Gordon and Kyler will be there. On Wednesday, December 3rd, the Good Scout Award Breakfast, Commissioners Gordon, Kyler, and Krebs. Opioid Prevention Policy, Commissioner Guerin.
If I'm not
supposed to be
mistaken,
there.
I think that's Commissioner Krebs now.
So you're switching that?
Yes,
switched it
yes,
like the
yes.
first day, but I
Thanks.
just,
Just the new change.
I don't remember seeing an email. I got to make sure I'm still on their email list, but thank you for bringing
Okay,
that up.
Okay.
At 5 PM, the holiday Christmas tree lighting, which is getting great advertisement this year. At 6 PM, Planning and Zoning Commissioner, Commissioner Gordon. At 7 PM, Carroll County Public Library Board of Trustees in Westminster. And you can't be two places at once, can you?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
Thursday, December 4th, closed admin, open session, priority Carroll, annual comprehensive financial report, and appointment of our tax collector, stormwater restoration, Manchester East, approval and submit application, acceptance of award, Public Safety Training Center, stormwater retrofit, cell 3 stormwater diversion berm, removal at Northern Landfill, public comment, admin open, agenda review at 1 PM, ESAC, BCC joint meeting, all commissioners plan to be there. At 2 PM, there's an open session, a work session on sidewalks, and,
We're not having that.
We're not, yeah.
Where's that?
yeah, I thought we
Right.
canceled
Here.
that.
Yeah, we did.
So, and there was concern before that ESAC could run a heavy hour, but now that's not an issue.
Right.
Catherine's calls, Commissioners Kyler and Krebs. A great ceremony and a great family. Friday, December 5th, no activities. On the 6th, 9th Annual Humane Society Tales at Twilight is now canceled. That will not be happening. And Commissioner Kyler has the podcast. Any other discussion on agenda? We have to go in close for land acquisition, and lunch is here. Do we want to start the work session at 1:30, 1:45? What gives us enough time?
Yeah, that's
a great question.
1:30. Well, we can. 1:30 certainly seems like a
1:30?
good
Are we
thing to
back
shoot
here?
for.
Where are we for
We're
that?
down, that's
Here.
that's in here.
Okay.
That's in here, and closed will be right behind us.
Correct.
Closed is next or after that?
Yes.
Next.
Next, right here.
Yeah, we have closed for land acquisition next.
Just to bring lunch in there, eat it?
Yeah, we
I
can
haven't
do
eaten
that.
breakfast yet.
Yeah, we can do that.
It's over there.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
This won't,
All right.
I don't think.
So,
I could
So-
be wrong.
We are not adjourning because we have to reconvene this.
recess for
We'll go
closed.
recessing for close.
Recess for closed,
For land
for
acquisition.
land acquisition.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
And then